Hello, everyone. We're back. Got a rather interesting show tonight. Something's been on my mind since the beginning of this case when we found BK was the suspect. Once we started to learn a little bit about Brian, I came up with a theory, and it kind of turned some heads, and people really liked it. And I truly think there's some truth to it. Hopefully we'll know one day. He's going to have to tell that story, which I doubt he will. But maybe we'll find perhaps he has a journal somewhere that we haven't seen, because he's the type that, in my opinion, liked to write. And so did another incel who loved to write. In fact, he wanted to be a writer. He wanted to write books, get them published. He was discouraged from that, told that, 1 in a million people, which is way off. Anybody can get a book published. These publishing companies will take your money and publish your book if it sucks or not. Now, being a screenwriter, because I'm writing a book. I've been writing a book for 20 years. I just haven't finished it yet. And it's actually, ironically, about a serial killer, but it's fiction, of course. So I believe, and you guys might remember my theory, that Brian Kohlberger allegedly committed these heinous crimes, and the end result would be that he got away with it, and he's a professor at WSU teaching criminology classes, and he would bring up the cold case, the still open quadruple homicide that occurred November 13th, 2022. And in that, he would ask his students to create a psychological profile of the killer. Only he knows the true answer. I think that he would get off on the fact that he would grade his class accordingly to whoever was closest to him. Now, wouldn't that be something cool? You premeditate, you plan the perfect crime. You get away with it. And for the rest of your life, till you retire, your syllabus will have that in there to have your students in each and every class create a psychological profile on that case. And you're the guy that did it. Pretty cool. Now, I've got a theory to kind of piggyback off of that. And it's deep, y'all. It's deep. But you got to consider the type of person Brian Kohlberger is. He's purported to be a high IQ intellect. One of his professors said that he's the best student she's ever had. She's only recommended 2 students to move on into the program that he was eventually sent to partake in. 2, and he's 1. She called him brilliant. Catherine Ramsland. She's written, I believe it's 64 books or something like that. She interviewed BTK multiple times over a 5-year span. She wrote a book about him. And he was infatuated, reportedly, with that woman. Held her in high regard, as did she as well to him. So in my windshield time, I was thinking the other day, and I remember the Elliot Rodger case. If any of you are familiar with Elliot Rodger, he's the 22-year-old incel out in California, a student that planned the ultimate revenge on all the women that shot him down, even women that didn't, women in general. He's in my opinion, a misogynistic nut job. He's a racist. All of the above, he checks the boxes. In his mind, he's, in his own words, I'm beautiful. He was a psychopath. Psychopaths, like you'll hear Rachel, she's said it before, I've said it before, but psychopaths are born that way. Their gray matter isn't the same. Doesn't work the same. Sociopaths develop over time. They're created by their surroundings, by their parenting, by their friends, associates. Christine, BTK is what Ramsland interviewed, is who Ramsland. So BK and BTK. She hasn't interviewed BK yet. So anyway, Elliot Rodger, I want you to pay attention to the last name. It's not Rodgers, which is often referred to, just like Papa Rodgers. It's not actually Papa Rodgers. It's Papa, R-O-D-G-E-R. It's Elliot, R-O-D-G-E-R. So I was thinking, I wonder if Catherine Ramsland had Elliot Rodger as part of her curriculum. So I put, what better person did I have on my team than Diane, who's taught at the college level. She knows where to go, how to look, what to look for. So I said, Diane, I need you to do me a favor. And she's always quick to say, whatever you want, John. She's retired, so she loves it. I said, I want you to go to the university and find out what her curriculum is and try and get it for me and how far back it goes. She says, I'm on it. So I said, no hurry. We're not going to do a show in the middle of the week. We're going to put this together and we're going to have one big show. And if my theory is correct, I believe that Elliot Rodger was part of her class curriculum. Lo and behold, bam, Diane's like, once again, you're right. It's here. She found it. So my theory is Bryan saw himself in Elliot Rodger. There's a lot of similarities. The misogynistic, there's testimony coming from friends and associates of his that he was a misogynistic person. He despised women. He looked down upon them. And I believe Elliot Rodger, who actually posted a plethora of videos, did a manifesto, did all this stuff. He'd been planning his ultimate revenge for over a year. I believe that Bryan Kohberger is an incel, just like Elliot Rodger. And he wrapped his head around that curriculum and he ran with it. He's a little bit, I think he's about 3 years younger than Elliot was. Elliot was 22 in 2014. I think that's around the time. Didn't do the math accurately, but I'm thinking that Bryan was a senior in high school around the time that he was doing these crimes. So I asked that Diane gather some information for me. I asked her to find some other stuff and then put it in a, break it down in kind of an outline format for me. And she did. She sent me a lot of stuff because that's the way she is. Very thorough. I mean, she sent me enough stuff to probably cover for 3 days. So I said we need to just kind of keep it simple and make it easy for everyone to kind of get the gist of what I'm saying. And then we'll have an open panel and then we'll discuss all this stuff. But I'm going to read to you what we're going to do. And I'm going to go through it.
Hi, Elliot Rodger here. Well, this is my last video. It all has to come to this.
Can y'all hear the video?
Tomorrow
Is the video coming through?
is the day of retribution.
There's no audio?
The day in which I will have my revenge against humanity. Against all of you.
Hold on, everybody can hear it now, right? Okay, good. Let me start it over real quick. I'm sorry. All right, my bad. I had muted myself by accident.
Hi, Elliot Rodger here. Well, this is my last video. It all has to come to this. Tomorrow is the day of retribution. The day in which I will have my revenge against humanity. Against all of you.
On May 23rd, 2014, 22-year-old Elliot Rodgers uploaded a video on YouTube titled Elliot Rodger's Retribution. This video would outline Rodgers' motives for what he was about to do. He explained that he wanted to punish women for the years of rejection and the men because he envied them. He would then go on to commit what would now be known as the 2014 Isla Vista killings. Elliot Oliver Robertson Rodger was born on July 24, 1991 in Lambeth, London, United Kingdom, to his mother, Lee Chen Rodger, and his father, Peter Rodger, a British filmmaker and photographer. By the time Elliot Rodger was 5, his parents, along with his little sister Georgia, moved back to California in the United States. By the time Elliot was 7 years old, his parents divorced, and a year later, much to Elliot's displeasure, his father would remarry. This would be the start of Elliot Rodger's downward spiral. Elliot had a hard time fitting in wherever he went. His parents would move him from school to school, hoping to find a place where Elliot could succeed and fit in. Elliot would later write, "My 9-year-old self realized that there were hierarchies, that some people were better than others. Jealousy and envy. Those are two feelings that would dominate my entire life and bring me immense pain." Throughout his childhood and teenage years, Elliot Rodger would hold in his growing rage and anger. He was an introverted teenager who claims to have been bullied in high school, with incidents of food being thrown at him, being picked on, and pushed into lockers. "I was an innocent, scared little boy trapped in a jungle full of malicious predators, and I was shown no mercy," Elliot would later write in his diary. While Elliot would become angry over men having everything, he himself would live a very carefree and famed life as a teenager. He would wear expensive designer clothes and sunglasses and drive a BMW. But one thing that he did not have, and what would fill him with anger and rage, was a girlfriend. Females and sex became an obsession of Elliot Rodgers. In one of his found journals, Elliot would write, "Finding out about sex is one of the things that truly destroyed my life entirely. Sex, the very word fills me with hate. I would always covet it. I would always fantasize about it, but I would never get it."
He would always covet it, always fantasize about it, but never get it. And he never had it. It's kind of like saying you're an addict to a drug that you've never taken. Does that make sense? He actually said that. Kind of makes no sense to me. So at some point in this young man's life, he was exposed to or got into pornography. And he talks about that a little bit. but I think he downplays it a lot. I think PORN had a lot to do with his mindset.
After graduating high school, Elliot Rodger would move to Santa Barbara and attend Santa Barbara City College. He would later stop going to classes, and his anger was further fueled by the experiences of college life. He would frequent online forums and post about his growing frustrations and anger, with one forum post saying, "Start envisioning a world where women fear you." On top of his growing rage, Elliot Rodger became obsessed with losing his virginity and his inability
Start envisioning a world where women fear you. This was a teenager writing this.
to have a normal conversation with a woman would only leave him frustrated and angry. Elliot finally reached a boiling point while attending a college party. In his twisted mind, he would give women one last chance to help him lose his virginity before he turned 22 years old. Girls at the college party ignored him, which only angered him more. At one point, Elliot tried pushing several women off of a balcony ledge, but a group of men intervened and shoved him off instead, resulting in a broken ankle. Elliot had seen many therapists during this time, but he was never formally diagnosed with any mental illness. This allowed him to legally purchase 3 handguns to use in his attack. Elliot would also upload videos onto his YouTube channel expressing his anger and rage, but sadly, nobody really saw them, as they would have clearly seen the red flags. He would constantly complain about being rejected by women and why he never had a girlfriend.
Hey, Elliot Rodger here. I'm up in the hills in Montecito right now. It's truly a beautiful day. But, as I've always said, a beautiful environment is the darkest hell if you have to experience it all alone. And sadly, I've been alone for a very long time. I've been attending college in Santa Barbara for about 2.5 years now. In those 2.5 years, I've experienced nothing but loneliness and misery. And my problem is girls. There are so many beautiful girls here, but none of them give me a chance. I don't know why. I don't know why you girls are so repulsed by me. It doesn't make sense. I do everything I can to appear attractive to you. Dress nice. I'm sophisticated and magnificent. I have a nice car, a BMW. Well, nicer than 90% of the people in my college. You know, I'm polite. I'm the ultimate gentleman. And yet, you girls never give me a chance. I don't know why. You know, I put a lot of effort into dressing nice. These sunglasses here were $300. Giorgio Armani. I'll put them on. See? Hold on. Car. See? Look at how fabulous I look. You know, I feel so invisible as I walk through my college because none of the girls there pay attention to me. I see so many beautiful blonde-haired girls walking around everywhere. Your revealing shorts, your cascading blonde hair, your pretty faces. And I want one for a girlfriend. I want to take a girl out on a date and prove to her that I'm worthy. I want to feel that sense of being worthy of a girl's love, affection. I'm 22 years old, and I've never had a girlfriend. I'm still a virgin. I've never...
He's 22 years old. He's never had a girlfriend. He's never even kissed a girl. He's lonely. He's extremely introverted, in my opinion. He lacks social skills. His dad, and you'll see pictures of him, you already have, was a producer in the series, what's it called? Hunting Games or whatever it's called. What's the name of that show? Hunter Games? What's it called? Hunger Games. Hunger Games. His father was a producer in Hunger Games. This kid actually walked down the red carpet with his dad. I think his problem was he lacks self-confidence. He's not a bad-looking kid. He's a good-looking kid. And he's actually 5'9". He's not that short. He's just lacks mass and needs to hit the gym. I mean, this kid could, if somebody worked with him, and this kid could be a really good-looking kid. But it's deeper than that. I believe he's on the spectrum. There's something not right. And someone dropped the ball here. Now he's been to therapy. You'll hear testimony of that. But this kid is clearly not right.
Never had the pleasure of having sex with a girl, sleeping with a girl, kissing a girl. Never even held a girl's hand. Hell, don't even have a young girl's phone number in my cell phone. And that's just such an injustice because I'm so magnificent. I deserve girls much more than all those slobs I see at my college who are somehow able to walk around with beautiful girls. I mean, even in the college town that I stay in during my semesters, I walk around like the common areas of those towns or the areas where all the college parties happen. I see these obnoxious guys walking with beautiful girls. And that pisses me off because I should be the one with the girls. I mean, look at me. I'm gorgeous. But you girls don't see it. I don't understand why you're so repulsed by me. Why won't you give me a chance?
Elliot Rodger slowly planned out what he would call Retribution Day. Elliot's mother, Lee Chen, had not heard from her son in a while, calling it Mother's Intuition.
This part right here is staggering information for me. And I know 12 gauge you're watching, so I'm going to want you to come on panel. But this kind of relates to you and what you do and what we talked about.
She began searching on the internet and stumbled upon Elliot's YouTube account. She called Elliot's life coach and revealed the discovery of his disturbing YouTube videos. The Santa Barbara District Mental Health Hotline was then called, and they alerted police to make a welfare check on Elliot. 6 police officers showed up at Elliot Rodger's door, but Elliot fooled them, saying, "You've got nothing to worry about," before they eventually left. On Friday,
So this event where his life coach and a crisis center reached out to law enforcement, they sent not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, but 6 law enforcement officers to do a welfare check on this young man because I would love to hear the phone call between the reporting party and dispatch, because to send 6 officers to check on a 22-year-old, 135-pound, 5'9" college kid, and then have that college kid manipulate you into believing that everything is fine. Somebody dropped the ball here, people. Now, here in Florida, we have what's called the Baker Act. I'm not sure about California. I didn't take the time to look, but I'm sure it's the Mental Health Act. So basically, if somebody calls in similar situation and says, look, my son, I'm not there, I'm not able to go be with him, but he's posting some crazy videos and he's suicidal, and I think something bad is going to happen. I don't know if she knew that he had 3 handguns or not. That would have been a question that I would have asked. But again, we don't know these things unless somebody's able to finally interview her, which I hear she's not taking interviews. The father took some interviews. But if I get that call and there's evidence out there on YouTube that he's posted that is crazy like that, as we suspect, the Mental Health Act is a good faith act. So if you go there based on what the reporting party told you and you feel like he is a danger to himself or others, which apparently for a mother to call from, I'm not sure if she was overseas or where she was, and be this concerned, there's a problem. And for 6 law enforcement officers to respond to that young man's apartment and to have him manipulate them into thinking everything's okay, someone dropped the ball, y'all. Because under the Mental Health Act, the city can't be sued, you can't be sued, nobody can be sued for arresting him, taking him into custody, because it's a good faith act. We don't know what this man's psyche is really about. Obviously, if I'm responding to that scene or that apartment, I'm going in there pretty much saying, hey, you know what? I've got nothing to lose or gain here. I'm just going to take him into custody because obviously there's a problem and we need to seek help. Again, that's not something a supervisor has to approve. That's, you can just do it. Somebody dropped the ball. Now, police officers are not mental health workers. That's why we have that law here in Florida, because no, you're taken into custody, you're held for 72 hours pending eval from a psychological expert, a doctor. If he deems you, if he comes and sees you right away, he thinks you're all right, he cuts you loose. 72 hours you can be held legally. And in most states, it's covered because it's a state statute. So you don't even have to pay for it. Now, if you have insurance, they'll bill your insurance. But if you're taken into custody on a state statute, the state has to eat that. Not all states, but many do.
May 23rd, in 2014, Elliot Rodger would set out on his endless rampage and kill 7 people, including himself. He would also wound 13 others. His murderous rampage started.
Let's go back to that real
And
quick.
kill 7 people, including himself.
This is him. He took his own life inside the car. He wound up trying to escape and rear into this Jeep. after he went on a rampage and took many lives and wounded, I think, 16 more. But he tried to end the lives of many people. Because, in my opinion, the responding officers to that well-being check didn't do their job. Because it's not something that they could get reprimanded for. It's a good faith statute. So if they're not clinically able to determine whether there is something wrong with him, then they should not make that decision, period. The decision should just be, hey, look, his mother's calling. We've got these things he's posting. It's highly unusual. Take him into custody under the Mental Health Act for whatever your state is. Belly, you're right. Gabby should be alive because under the domestic violence, both of them should have been arrested. She hit him, he hit her. Gabby would be alive today had they done their jobs instead of being nice and sending one to a motel and letting the other stay in the van or whatever. Again, domestic violence. It's a good faith arrest. You're trying to avoid, somebody getting hurt. In my opinion, you go to a domestic violence call and both people are fighting and they say they love each other, then they both go to jail. That way they both get mandated counseling and they work on their marriage. If you only take one, then the other holds that over the other one's head and it causes problems. They dropped the ball here, people.
He would also wound 13 others. His murderous rampage started at his apartment on Seville Road. Rodgers waited for each of his 2 roommates and ambushed them with a knife. He fatally stabbed 20-year-old Ching Yang Hong, who was originally from Taiwan and had graduated from high school in San Jose, California. Rodgers then stabbed 20-year-old Wei Hang Wang, a computer programmer who was attending UCSB. Hong and Wang were best friends, rooming with Elliot Rodgers. The third victim was 19-year-old George Chen, who was visiting at the time. He was at the wrong place at the wrong time. After the stabbings, Rodgers would leave and visit a coffee shop for coffee, with not a care in the world for the heinous acts that he just committed. At 9:17 p.m.
All right. Similarities here. He used a knife and he used a gun. He used a knife first. Stabbed one of them 94 times, I believe it was. And the irony here is he's half Asian, but he hates Asians. He talks about it in his writings. He hates African Americans. He despises when he sees an African American with a hot white blonde. Talks about this stuff. He wants to unalive them every time he sees them.
Elliot Rodgers would upload his retribution video to his YouTube channel.
I'll take great pleasure in slaughtering all of you. You will finally see that I am, in truth, the superior one. The true alpha male. Yes.
Notice that devious little chuckle laugh. I believe that this man has dual personality disorder. I think he's morphed into someone else and he hops back and forth.
After I've annihilated every single girl in the sorority house. I'll take to the streets of Isla Vista and slay every single person I see there. All those popular kids who live such lives of hedonistic pleasure while I've had to rot in loneliness for all these years.
Hedonistical pleasure while I've had to rot all these years. This man is going to commit multiple homicides because he couldn't get laid. Look at his eyes. He hasn't slept in days. He was prescribed Xanax and he was prescribed Paxil, I believe they said. And he stopped taking the meds. This man couldn't get laid. What happened?
They've all looked down upon me every time I tried to go out and join them. They've all treated me like a mouse. Well, now, I will be a god compared to you. You will all be animals. You are animals, and I will slaughter you like animals. I'll be a god, exacting my retribution. All those who deserve it. And you do deserve it. Just for the crime of living a better life than me. All you popular kids, you've never accepted me. And now you'll all pay for it.
Elliot Rodger would also email a 107,000-word manifesto to 34 people, which included his therapist, his parents, other family, former teachers, and childhood friends. Upon receiving the email, Rodger's therapist phoned Elliot's mother, Lee Chin, who in return viewed the retribution video on Elliot's YouTube channel. Rodger's father was also contacted. His parents headed to Santa Barbara, California. They contacted the Isla Vista Police Department en route, telling them of their son's plans. Elliot Rodger drove to the Alpha Phi sorority house, but the doors were all locked.
Okay, so you remember when he talked about going to the Alpha Phi sorority house and annihilating every single female in that building? Thank God for a security system. He couldn't get in through the front doors without being buzzed in, and a girl actually refused to let him in. So he just waited for the first people he saw, and you'll see the end result here. But had he gotten into this sorority house, there would be many, 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 many more victims. And those of you that don't know about this case would have known.
He tried to knock on the doors, but luckily nobody answered inside. This angered Rodgers, and he began shooting people nearby at the Alpha Phi sorority house. Rodgers would shoot and kill 19-year-old Veronica Weiss, who was a freshman at UCSB, and he also shot 22-year-old Katie Cooper, a senior. Both were members of the Delta 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 sorority. He also injured a third person before fleeing the scene. While driving around Isla Vista, Rodgers began firing into a coffee shop on Pardall Road, then shooting into a delicatessen, where he struck 7 times and killed 20-year-old Christopher Ross Michaels Martinez. Elliot Rodgers then drove his car south on Embarcadero del Norte on the wrong side of the street, where he struck a pedestrian. He also shot at 2 people on the sidewalk, luckily missing them both. Rodgers then shot a couple that were exiting a pizzeria, as well as a female cyclist. He drove around shooting at, but missing people walking on the sidewalks. Elliot Rodgers then started shooting at a sheriff's deputy that was responding to an active shooter call, striking and injuring 2 other pedestrians. Rodgers fled the sheriff's deputy, shooting and wounding 3 other people on Sabato Tarde Street. He also struck a skateboarder and 2 cyclists with his BMW before turning east on Sabato Tarde, where he struck another skateboarder with his car. Rodgers then shot and wounded 2 other men at the intersection of Camino Pasadero. Police then pursued him, and during the chase, Rodgers struck another cyclist before crashing his BMW on the north sidewalk just east of the intersection of Del Playa and Camino Pasadero. The police had Elliot Rodgers' crashed BMW surrounded. As they approached the vehicle, they found Rodgers dead inside of his car. In the end, Elliot Rodgers took his own life with a self-inflicted gunshot wound to his head. While searching his BMW, the police found 3 pistols, various knives, 6 empty 10-round magazines, and 548 rounds of unspent ammunition.
548 rounds of unspent ammunition. And I would suspect he probably dumped in this melee he was doing 30 or 40 rounds. He had plans, y'all. Big plans. He was going to take out every female in that sorority house that he could.
Elliot Rodgers would leave behind a lot of unanswered questions and leave many to wonder as to what led him down this murderous path. He would also leave behind a vast digital trail. His YouTube videos would be analyzed by the news media and internet sleuths. His manifesto would give everyone a peek into the dark and murderous mindset that Elliot Rodgers had.
If you want to read something that is mind-blowing, I would love to cover the whole manifesto, but we don't have enough time because it's like 141 pages. But if you want to read some absolutely well-articulated cries for help, read this manifesto. Just go on and Google it. You can Google Elliot Rodger's manifesto and you can pull it up and read it yourself. I have a few excerpts that I'll share with you, but it's not gonna give you the impact that actually reading this manifesto will give you.
Rodgers stated in the manifesto that he planned to kill his half-brother and stepmother, but he was not mentally prepared to kill his own father. Rodgers also originally set out to start his killing spree on Halloween 2013, but reconsidered because there was a huge presence of police officers. Elliot Rodgers also revealed that his retribution was to be set into various phases. In his manifesto, he states, "On the day before the day of retribution, I will start the first phase of my vengeance, silently killing as many people as I can around Isla Vista by luring them into my apartment through some form of trickery." His second phase would be a war on women. He would state, "The second phase will take place on the day of retribution itself, just before the climactic massacre.
The second phase will take place on the day of retribution itself, just before the climactic massacre. My war on women. I will attack the very girls who represent everything I hate in the female gender. The hottest sorority of UCSB." This guy is severely jaded.
War on women. I will attack the very girls who represent everything I hate about the female gender. the hottest sorority of UCSB. He would take things even further, imagining a world of all females living in bondage. Rodgers would write, to quarantine all women in concentration camps. At these camps, the vast majority of the female population will be deliberately starved to death. That would be an efficient and fitting way to kill them all off. I would have an enormous tower built just for myself and gleefully watch them all die. On some online incel communities, Elliot Rodgers is looked upon as a saint and a savior, and many incels believe that his actions were justifiable. If you are like an old school Generation Xer like myself and have no clue as to what an incel even is, the definition of incel:
a member of an online community of young men who consider themselves unable to attract women sexually, typically associated with the views that are hostile toward women and men who are sexually active. Self-identified incels have used the internet to find anonymous support. He's a martyr. He is a martyr. People worship this guy now. It's crazy, y'all, but it's true.
is a member of an online community of young men who consider themselves unable to attract women sexually and are typically associated with views that are hostile towards women and men who are sexually active. Since the Elliot Rodger shooting, it seems that the mainstream media is obsessed with 24-hour, non-stop mass shootings and serial killer coverage. After all, murder pays the bills and keeps the lights on. Some examples are Jack Davidson, who killed 5 people in August 2021. It is said that he was fascinated by serial killers and incel culture. And only recently, we have 28-year-old Bryan Kohberger, who will soon be on trial for the Moscow, Idaho murders of 4 college students. Some believe that Kohberger had an incel complex that may have driven him to kill. Elliot Rodgers was not the first, and sadly, he will probably not be the last.
No, he won't, sadly. He won't be the last. So, where am I going with this? I believe that in his studies, he dove deep with his peers in class into Elliot Rodgers, and he probably at some point, because you've seen his writings, BK's writings, you've seen the questionnaire that he put out. Very sus to me. I think that he may have also idolized Elliot Rodger. I believe that out of all of the serial killers, that this mass killer is the one he truly idolized. Just my opinion. So back to this. Ramsland included extreme offenders in her books and her studies. One of these was Elliot Rodger, who went online to find ways to kill silently with a knife before stabbing his first 3 victims. One of them 94 times. So one of those 3 individuals that were in his dorm, 94 times he stabbed him. 94 times? That's personal, y'all. In his rampage that he left 6 University of California, Santa Barbara students dead, according to the police report. So 7 dead in total, including himself. Here's another video I want to show you. This one's got to put out a little trigger warning on this one. Hold on a second.
He never chose to be deranged. That's the cards he was dealt.
Now at 5, words of compassion from the heartbroken father of one of the sorority girls killed in the Santa Barbara rampage as we get a new glimpse of the gunman's privileged life. Hello, everyone. I'm Juan Fernandez.
And I'm Andrea Fujii. Today, investigators searched the homes of Elliot Rodger's mother and father, and new details emerged about how his parents tried to warn authorities about their mentally disturbed son. Here's the latest at 5. The Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office just released the identities of the remaining 3 victims. They are 19-year-old George Chen of San Jose, 20-year-old Cheng Yuan Hong of San Jose, and 20-year-old Weihan Wang of Fremont. All 3 were UCSB students. We have team coverage tonight, beginning with CBS 2's Greg Mills live in Isla Vista outside the killer's apartment complex. Greg?
Andrea, those 3 men were in the apartment on the first floor. That's where you're told Rodger's apartment is. That's where the 3 men were murdered. First floor on that side of this building. It happened Friday night. The 3 men murdered inside Elliot Rodger's apartment last Friday night are 20-year-old Cheng Yuan Hong and 19-year-old George Chen, both from San Jose, plus 20-year-old Weihan Wang from Fremont.
I don't understand how he could have overpowered 3 guys all at the same time. Without any of them making a sound, because I was right upstairs all night.
This man doesn't want his name used or his face shown. He said he has lived here for a few years and tried to befriend Rodger when he moved in.
I'm talking with him. He was a very, very troubled kid.
After I've
Guys, I'm sorry I got muted again. I don't know how I'm muting myself by accident. But what I was saying there was, how could he, they're saying the same thing. This guy's saying, how could he, unalive 3 people without anybody? First of all, they weren't all in there at the same time. They came in one at a time. And he ambushed them. I don't know how long I was muted for, but anyway, sorry about that.
Annihilated every single girl in the sorority house. I'll take to the streets of Isla Vista and slay every single person I see there.
As soon as I come outside, I hear like pop, 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 pop.
Saturday morning, he found out it was Rodger who killed 6 others and wounded 13.
To be honest, when he like, it all makes sense now.
Rodger's father, Peter, is a filmmaker who was assistant director on The Hunger Games. They appeared together on the red carpet at the premiere. Peter and Elliot's mother got a long statement from their son threatening violence Friday night. They raced up here to Isla Vista, according to CNN. They heard about the shooting rampage on the radio while driving here.
That our heart goes out to you today.
This morning at Reality Santa Barbara, many college-age students were in the congregation as the pastor tried to help them deal with their shock and grief.
So Rodgerland said he was slight of build, and he killed 3 awake males with a knife. And people don't think that BK could kill 4, with most of them asleep and inebriated, looking at a spinning ceiling. Do you see the irony here? This little guy takes the lives of 3 people who were awake, and these fools out there believe that it's impossible for a 6'4" long, lanky guy wielding a 7-inch K-bar knife could take the lives of 4 people who were either A, asleep, B, laying in bed, half out of it because they're inebriated, or just got done getting it on or whatever. Yeah. How about that?
And the sheriff's department says 2 of the 3 men who were killed here were Rodger's roommates. Wang, the man from Fremont, they're not sure if he was a roommate or just visiting. Reporting live from Isla Vista, Greg Mills, CBS 2 News.
All right, we're going to go back to the outline here. So that was kind of driving another point. And I just went over it. So for those of you that think, how could you do that? How could anyone do that? All right, we're going to get back to the outline here. All right. Sorry, we got to go back and forth with videos here, and I didn't have the sound on pre-done, so I have to redo the whole thing every time. My bad. All right. So in April of 2018, Catherine Ramsland posted in Psychology Today an article called Contagious Hate Talks About Elliot Rodger. So in 2018, we just confirmed that she's talking about Elliot Rodger while BK was attending her classes. When I showed just 5 minutes of the whiny YouTube clips of mass murderer Elliot Rodger to my students, it's obvious from female reactions why this entitled narcissist had no girlfriend. Although they think he's moderately attractive, physically, they find his self-pitying rants repugnant. So I'm surprised to find him acknowledged by Toronto's recent mass killer Alec Manasian as a hero. So he was idolized by another mass killer. But of course, he'd be elevated by those who see themselves in him. That's one dark side of social media. Copycat wannabes infected with hate can create role models by spinning depravity into virtue. Rodger himself did it. The 22-year-old resident of Isla Vista was angry that he could not attract the sorority girls he believed he deserved. So he threatened to make them pay, on May 23rd, 2014, Rodger set into motion his day of retribution. He fatally stabbed his 2 male housemates and their friend before uploading his final nasty video. He expected to enter the Alpha Pi sorority house at the University of California, Santa Barbara, and kill every woman inside. Again, thank God for security. Incel members or not, some men are clearly inspired or infected by the toxic notions that Rodger spewed in his vlogs. They seem to prefer blaming women for their frustration to reconsidering their ineffective strategies. I've written about a lot of mass murders. This is her talking. Studies I've looked at and found that they are often rigid in temperament. They resent others and blame them for their own issues. Typical narcissist. They want to punish others, and they're often self-defeating or suicidal, all of which were present in Rodger. Again, his mom called. There was a problem. He should have been taken into custody. Rarely do they have personal insight. Significant influences have been some from mental instability coupled with an inability to absorb and deal appropriately with life's disappointments. Sounds like a parenting issue to me. Sounds like someone within that household. Now, his parents were divorced when he was 7. They obviously saw there was a problem. He had a life coach, for goodness sakes. Quite often they feel entitled. Usually they've made threats in the past and or had fantasies about using. Some mass murder fantasizes are victim specific, but others involve a symbolic target, such as a location or an employee in a specific occupation that has drawn their anger. Location, the house, the restaurant. You know, we can all banter back and forth whether or not he went to the Mad Greek. I believe he did. Their behavioral signals leak their intent. Ideation, substance abuse, purposefulness, anxiety, trapped, hopelessness, withdrawal, anger, recklessness, and mood changes. Is path warm? Here's some excerpts from his manifesto. My Twisted World, the story of Elliot Rodger by Elliot Rodger introduced humanity. All of my suffering of this world have been in the hands of humanity, particularly women. It has made me realize just how brutal and twisted humanity is as a species. All I ever wanted was to fit in and live a happy life amongst humanity. But I was cast out and rejected, forced to endure the existence of loneliness and insignificance, all because the females of the human species were incapable of seeing the value of me. Early teens became known as the weird kid. At Pinecrest, people started to make fun of me, but I didn't care. Yes, you did. I had my online games to distract me from the harsh realities of life. I was too scared to face. The only time I did care was when a group of popular 7th grade girls started teasing me, which hurt a lot. One of these girls was, he even names the girl, a pretty blonde girl who was Ashton's younger sister. That's his friend. She must have thought I was an ultimate loser. I hated her so much, and I will never forget her. She's lucky she's alive. I started to hate all girls because of this. I saw them as mean, cruel, and heartless creatures that took pleasure from my suffering. As middle school approached its ultimate end, I was having a miserable time there. I was extremely unpopular, widely disliked, and viewed as the weirdest kid in school. I had to act weird in order to gain attention. I was tired of being invisible, shy, the invisible shy kid. Infamy is better than total obscurity. Really? At 16, summer's end drew closer. I became more and more depressed. My life had gotten so lonely, and playing WoW barely made up for it. Playing War of Worlds or whatever it's called, that video game. Father suffered through a deep financial setback because of his movie. Could things get any worse for me? Maybe if I built muscles, girls will be attracted to me. And you know what? Unfortunately, I'm going to say it. He's 100% right. Put the work in the gym, kid. Buff up. Improve your overall physique, and you'll get the chicks. At 21, I had nothing left to live for but revenge. Women must be punished for their crimes of rejection, such as magnificent gentleman as myself. All of those popular boys must be punished for enjoying heavenly lives and having sex with all these girls while I had to suffer in lonely virginity. It came to a point where I had to set a date for the day of retribution. I originally considered doing it on Halloween in 2013. They talk about that in the video. He didn't do it because there was a police present, but they dodged a bullet then. The day of retribution would have to be a normal party weekend. So I set it for some time during November 2013. November 2013. Sort of correlation? I don't know. Bryan Kohberger, born November 21st, 1994. These are 3 photos of Bryan. This is Bryan when he was a lot heavier. Remember people talking about that he was actually obese. And then he had a little drug issue, came back skinny, was working out, running. Again, this is around the time he's in his mid-teens that his dad had him hooked up for stealing his sister's phone. How bad did the dynamic have to be in that household for his own father to press charges on him for stealing his sister's phone? How bad did it have to be, y'all? A lot of enabling parents would have just brushed that to the side and tried to deal with it themselves. This guy, his dad had to be a bit of a hard ass. I think there's a lot to know about his dad that we don't know. I really do. So he got hooked up. He wound up going to drug rehab and reportedly kicked the habit. Or did he? We don't know. So the Facebook profile online called Papa Rodger, Rodger. People are saying that this profile is actually Bryan Kohberger and that he used an AI generated art for his profile picture. So yeah, If you ask for a cartoon-like profile, you use AI and they generate one for you. Interesting, isn't it? It's interesting, though. The figure in the profile picture is dressed in a military uniform, but it's not the military uniform that we wear. It's actually a Russian military uniform. It's unclear what he was trying to do there, but that's what the AI generated. So he didn't ask for that. The AI generated that. The avatar also appears to be much older, like by a few decades older than Bryan Kohberger. At first glance, if you really aren't paying attention, you might think this account was being run by a senior citizen. The thing is, there's been no actual confirmation about who it's being run by yet. But now this is weird. While he was driving with his dad, there was one last post. Then he gets hooked up. No more post. Now, if you can look at those two photos and not determine that if AI generated that it was generated off of this guy's profile, I don't know. It's pretty convincing to me. But hey, who am I? That looks like that aged about 35, 40 years. So is BK Papa Rodger, Rodger, Elliot Rodger, Rodger. Elliot Rodger was part of his curriculum in college. One of his most admired professors who actually interviewed BTK set that curriculum, covered Elliot in class. I would like to know how long, whether they had to write papers on it, which I'm sure they did. I'm almost certain that Bryan Kohberger saw himself in Elliot Rodger. Another professor, Michelle Bolger, said, "In my 10 years of teaching, I have only recommended 2 students for the PhD program, and he was one of them. He was one of my best students ever." Bolger told the news outlet that she taught Kohberger on an online class that year as well and helped him with his master's thesis at the sales. I never saw him in person. I could tell you how tall he was or how much he weighed. My only interaction with him was via email and Zoom. So was that an advantage for Bryan? I think it was. Because body language is quite telling. You cannot like somebody just based on their body language. Many people do. I know it sounds shallow, but many people do. Someone walking up to you, you can tell whether they're a cocky jerk or a nice person most of the time by the way they carry themselves. You can get creepy looks. Maybe Bryan just looks like a creep all the time. If she had met him face to face and saw him, would she be able to say this right here? I don't know. I would speculate probably not. I think behind a keyboard, he's a nice guy. He's very articulate. He's brilliant. But in person, he'd give you the heebie-jeebies. I didn't know anything about him, whether he was married or had a girlfriend, etc. I was one of the professors who helped Bryan with his proposal on his graduate thesis, his capstone project. He did put a routine questionnaire for this thesis. It looks weird. I understand from the public view, but in criminology, it's normal. It's a criminology theory called script theory. It's a normal theory on how and why criminals commit their crime, etc., she said. So, we got to go to the next. So, where am I going with this? Hopefully you guys are all following. So we're going to pull up something that I put together earlier today. So where we're going with my theory, and I'll repeat it if some of you are just now following. Please hit that like button and help with the algorithm, y'all. Subscribe if you haven't. We'd love to have you as a subscriber. And if you hit the like button, it's that little thumbs up button down on the bottom. It doesn't cost you anything. It's free. Just hit that like button. We've got almost 200 people in here right now. And I would like to get that up level and matching. So I believe, again, that Bryan Kohberger idolized Elliot Rodger. And I believe it's quite possible that he created the Elliot Rodger profile, started asking questions. And remember, one of his questions or statements was that the police must have the knife sheath for them to know what kind of knife it was. Believe it or not, y'all, that's pretty deep. A lot of people wouldn't think that. I want you to think about that for a minute. Papa Rodger implied that the police stated that the police must have the knife sheath. He said a lot of other things too, but that to me is the most compelling statement he ever made. Will we ever know? I don't know. But I'm thinking that if it was him, that the FBI took down that profile like that. I believe that's possibly going to be part of the digital footprint that we're going to hear about. Another good point Rogerland just said. How coincidental is this? He was sleight of build and he killed 3 awake with a knife. That's not the one. Hold on. That's not the one. Bad. Papa Rodgers also said that the perpetrator was hiding in the hills of Pennsylvania. Is that crazy or is that crazy? 2,800 miles across the country, hiding in the hills of Pennsylvania, and they happen to be on the way to Pennsylvania, his hometown. Papa Rodgers predicts that he's hiding in the hills of Pennsylvania. That's crazy, y'all. So we're going to read on something that I put together. So we're going to break down the attack plan, because he actually sends an attack plan. The misogynistic psychopath is what I have titled it. After going through every single fantasy I had about how I would punish my enemies, I started to detail all of my exact plans for how the day of retribution will play out. On the day before the day of retribution, I will start the first phase of my vengeance, silently killing as many people as I can around Isla Vista by luring them. You already heard him talk about that, luring them into the apartment, which he didn't have to do. They just came in. After that, I will start luring people into my apartment, knock them out with a hammer, which he didn't have to do, wound up stabbing them. All of that pleasure they had in life, I will punish by bringing them pain and suffering. I've lived a life of pain and suffering, and it was time to bring that pain to the people who actually deserved it. I will cut them, flay them, strip all of their skin off their flesh, and pour boiling water all over them while they are still alive, as well as any other form of torture I could possibly think of. A little full of himself. When they are dead, I will BEHEAD them and keep their heads in a bag, where their heads will play a major role in the final phase. This phase will represent my vengeance against all of the men who have had pleasurable sex lives while I have had to suffer. Things will be fair once I make them suffer as I did. I will finally even the score. That's deep, y'all. I don't know about y'all, but that's freaking, I just got the chills. The second phase will take place on the day of retribution itself, just before the climactic massacre. It will represent my war on women. I will punish all females for the crime of depriving me of sex. They have starved me of sex my entire youth and gave that pleasure to other men. In doing so, they took many years of my life away. Is he predicting the future? Because he takes his own. That would be many years. Or is he equating to lost years to not having a sex life? It's kind of a weird comment to me. I cannot kill every single female on earth. Of course you can't. But I can deliver a devastating blow that will shake all of them to the core of their wicked hearts. I will attack the very girls who represent everything I hate in the female gender, the hottest sorority of UCSB. After doing a lot of extensive research within the last year, I found out that the sorority with the most beautiful girls is Alpha Pi sorority. So he did surveillance. I know exactly where their house is, and I've sat outside it in my car to stalk them many times. Alpha Pi sorority is full of hot, beautiful blonde girls, the kind of girls that I've always desired, but was never able to have because they all look down on me. They're all spoiled and heartless, wicked bitches. They think that they are superior to me, and I've tried to ask for a date. They would reject me cruelly. I would sneak into their house at around 9 p.m. on a day of retribution, just before he kept to that. He tried. So we know what happened there. He wasn't able to get there. And slaughter each and every one of them with my guns and knives. If I have time, I will set their whole house on fire. Then we shall see who the superior one really is. And he would go, that laugh that he does. The final phase of the day of retribution will be my ultimate showdown in the streets of Isla Vista, which is what he did. He went on a rampage down the streets. On a morning before, I will drive down to my father's house and kill my little brother, denying him of a chance to grow up to surpass me, along with my stepmother, as she will be in the way. My father will be away on one of his business trips, so thankfully I won't have to deal with him. Thank God he didn't get to do that. If he didn't go away on that trip, I might even have to postpone the whole plan because of my fear that I might hesitate and have to kill him. Once I've taken care of my brother and stepmother, I will switch over to the Mercedes SUV and drive it back to Isla Vista. I will use it as one of my killing machines. So he was going to run people over, which he tried to do with his Beamer. An SUV will cause a lot more damage than my BMW coupe. After I've killed all the sorority girls in Alpha Pi House, I would quickly get into the SUV before the police arrive, assuming they would have arrived within 3 minutes. I will then make my way to Del Playa, or whatever, splattering as many enemies as I can with the SUV and shooting anyone I don't splatter. You know what he did. I'm not going to read all this. It'll bore you all. But I did put together some stuff from his manifesto, just a few quotes. I want to read this, though. My first act of preparation was the purchase of my first handgun. I did this quickly and hastily at a local gun shop called Goleta Gun and Supply. I had already done some research on handguns, and I decided to purchase the Glock 34 semi-automatic pistol, an efficient and highly accurate weapon. I signed all the paperwork and was told that the pickup day was in mid-December. See, here's where a lot of debate comes on in Congress about being able to purchase a weapon. I personally believe, and I'm pro-gun, but I believe that it should be, the HIPAA law shouldn't apply. If you're seeking mental health and you have mental health issues, a doctor should check a box and you should be put in a database if that mental health issue would surround acting out like this. Not somebody that's, doesn't qualify. I think it should be incumbent upon a psychologist, psychiatrist, or what have you to be able to check a box. Hey, something could set this person off. You might not want to let him buy a gun. I'm all for that, people. Sorry for any pro-gunners out there that would disagree with me, but I'm all for that. I think that should be an exception to the rule of HIPAA. Because this kid who was under a doctor's care clearly should not have been able to buy a gun. This is a prime example, and if they're legislating, they should use this case as a prime example. It's not that big of a deal. It really isn't. But it could save lives, even if it just saved one. After I picked up the handgun, I brought it back to my room, and I felt a new sense of supremacy, I would suspect. And then he went on buying additional weapons. He bought 2 more. So he saved up money. His parents were giving him an allowance. He would go spend $700 on lottery tickets because he was of the opinion that he was going to be a millionaire and win the lottery. This kid actually believed that he was going to win the lottery. There's a lot of writing in his stuff surrounding that. I had enough extra money saved up to live comfortably and indulgently before I die. I didn't spend it all, though, for I still needed supplies. So he bought his supplies. He saved his money. He hoarded his money. He coaxed his parents out of sending him money. So he bought more magazine clips and ammunition, as well as knives. Was one a K-bar? I don't know. Could be. That would be interesting. Someone see if they can find out whether he had a K-bar. Could be an interesting comparison. Here we go on his racism. On interracial relationships, how could an inferior, ugly black boy be able to get a white girl and not me? I am beautiful, and I am half white myself. I am descendant from British aristocracy. He's a descendant from slaves. I deserve it more. I tried not to believe his foul words, but they were already said, and it was hard to erase from my mind. If this is actually true, if this ugly black filth was able to have sex with a blonde white girl at the age of 13, while I've had to suffer virginity all my life, then this just proves how ridiculous the female gender is. They would give themselves to this filthy scum, but they reject me? The injustice. So this was a friend of his, well, classmate of his, at 13. Oh, I'm sorry, it wasn't that. It was somebody that came to his house, and he was 16. I forget how he got to his house, but he was a friend of the family's kid or something. And he starts talking about getting laid at 13 and how he hooked up with a pretty white blonde girl. And this enraged Elliot. The sight of an attractive couple caused a scar. One of my very last days as a teenager, I was sitting at my usual place at the food court outside Domino's. I saw a sight that shattered my heart to pieces. A tall, blonde, jock-type guy walked into one of the restaurants, and at his side was one of the sexiest girls I've ever seen. She too was tall and blonde. They were both taller than me, and they kissed each other passionately. They made me feel so inferior and worthless and small. I glared at them in intense hatred as I sat by myself in my lonely misery. I could never have a girl like that. The sight was burned into my memory, and it caused a scar that will haunt me forever. So two people that were passionate enough to show PDA, public display of affection, sickened him. I was now armed. Who's the alpha male now, bitches? He says that too. Women are drawn to the wrong type of male. Talks about more racist stuff. You know, that he would be a virgin forever, condemned to suffer rejection and humiliations at the hands of women because they don't fancy me, because their sexual attractions are flawed. They're attracted to the wrong type of male. I always mused to myself that I would rather die than suffer such an existence. I knew that if it came to that, I would exact my revenge upon the world in the most catastrophic way possible. At least then I could die knowing that I fought back against injustice that has been dealt to me. This guy is flat out nuts. Nuts. Goes into the planning, does a little more of that. I'm not going to read all that, y'all. You get what this guy's all. Okay. If only one girl had given me a chance. So if he got laid one time, would this have changed the outcome? I wanted answers. I wanted to know why it had to come to this. If only one pretty girl had shown me some form of attraction to me, the day of retribution would never happen. That's what he's saying, y'all. I'd never even consider it. The day of retribution is mainly my war against women for rejecting me and depriving me of sex and love. If only one girl had given me a chance, tried to get to know me, let me take her out on a date, none of this would have happened. Well, I would suspect if it didn't work out, she'd probably wind up dead. Just saying. So he goes to a party. You heard the news commentator talk about this. He goes to a party and he shoves on some girls. Guys throw him off the balcony. He breaks his ankle. That's what this is about. We already talked about that. We already saw that. To make me feel more confident, my mother provided me with a better car to drive in Santa Barbara, a BMW 3 Series Coupe. I have always wanted this since I cared a lot about my own appearance. He's a bit of a metro. I've been asking my parents for a more upper class car ever since I found out that there was a car hierarchy and that some students at my college drove better cars than others. Well, of course they do. Some kids come from more wealthy families than others. Now I was one of the students with a better high class car. Still didn't get you laid. Must be a personality thing. His broken leg was a setback, so he didn't do it because he was pushed off the balcony. Let me get into something else here. We know where he was born. His father, we know about that stuff, so I'm not going to get into that. This is all stuff that we Diane and I talked about, but for the sake of time, I'm not going to go through it. But you guys can all go back and look at this if you want to. I want to get into some of I'm being bullied. After being bullied as much as in the 8th and 9th grade, I become more shy and timid than I ever was in my life. I felt very small, weak, and above all, worthless. I cried by myself at school every day. In conclusion, I'm not a part of the human race. I'm not part of the human race. So what is he? Humanity has rejected me. The females of the human species have never wanted to mate with me like they're animals or something. So how could I possibly consider myself part of humanity? Humanity has never accepted me among them, and now I know why. I'm more than human. I'm superior to them all. I am Elliot Rodger. Magnificent, glorious, supreme, eminent, divine. I'm the closest thing that there is to the living God. Humanity is a disgusting, depraved, and evil species. It is my purpose to punish them all. I will purify the world of everything that is wrong with it. So he's going to eliminate all women. On the day of retribution, I will truly be powerful, a powerful God, punishing everyone I deem to be impure and depraved. Wow. That's some deep stuff. Now let's get into some of his manifesto, and then we're going to open up panel. And I'll let you all talk about this stuff. Because of my father's acquisition of a new girlfriend, so his parents were divorced when he was 7. His dad hooked up with another girl, another actress, and they got together pretty quick. And he kind of idolized his dad and admired him because he was able to get a beautiful girl so quick. Because of my father's acquisition of a new girlfriend, my little mind got the impression that my father was a man that women found attractive, as he was able to find a new girlfriend in such a short period of time. From divorcing my mother, I subconsciously held him in higher regard because of this. It is very interesting how this phenomenon works. That males who can easily find female mates garner more respect from their fellow man. Could be. I kept thinking about Leo, whatever that is, and how he kissed that girl, Nicole, at the cigarette cantina when he was only 12. That's a friend of his. He was able to have an intimate experience with a girl when he was only 12. And there I was at 18, still a kissless virgin. My 19th birthday passed by suddenly. These are only parts that I've snipped out. And it caused me to feel even more defeated. 19 and still a virgin? I miserably proclaimed on that day. My father didn't even deign to give me a phone call. Instead, he sent me a letter wishing me happy birthday and telling me that he wanted me to apologize to my stepmom, which of course I refused to do. So you reach out to your son, you tell him happy birthday, but you demand that he apologize to your wife. I don't know if I would have done that. Not on his birthday. I was different because I'm of mixed race. I'm half white, half Asian, and this made me different from the normal, fully white kids that I was trying to fit in with. Really? Is there really a problem today with that? My fiance is half white, half Japanese. When we were kids, she had a problem. People did pick on her a little bit. But nowadays, I don't know. I mean, I guess it does happen, but not like it used to. I've always envied and admired blonde-haired people. They always seem so much more beautiful. Yeah, that's why there's so many fake blondes out there. My parents agreed to let me do it. My father took me to a hair salon on Mulholland Drive in Woodland Hills. Trevor was the first, his friend was first to notice and said it was cool, blah, blah, blah. So he gets his hair, he gets his tips done, gets some frosting done. Anyway, we're going to bounce off of that. There's a lot to the manifesto. And like I said, you guys can all go in and read it. And take the time to read the whole thing. It's very, very, very compelling. And we're going to go now. I'm going to open up the StreamYard. Let's see here. All right, so there's the StreamYard. Anybody come in that wants to come in? Give me 2 seconds, though. I got to go pee. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. All right, I'm going to post that link again. Bring some people up. So we got 12 gauge up. What's up, buddy?
What's going on, John?
Oh, living the dream, man. How about you?
Trying to stay warm down here, man. It's pretty cold.
Where's down here?
Texas.
Texas?
Yeah.
It's still, it was in the 70s here today, but earlier in the week it was pretty cold. I've been out there working with my guys, and I'll tell you, I'm on the house we're on right now has a 500-foot backyard down to the intercoastal, and it's a block off the ocean too.
Oh,
Because
yeah?
it's a barrier island, Ponce Inlet. And actually it's 3 blocks off the ocean. But anyway, so we're on that, and that water, that wind coming off that water was just, it was 20 degrees colder over there on beachside than it was over here.
Yeah, it was
So
72. It was like 72 here on Thursday, I think, and it dropped like 40 degrees or something. The next day, it was crazy.
Yeah, big cold front coming through.
Oh, yeah.
So this is right up your alley, man. I'm glad you came on. So when I talked about the fact that, you know, you hear people saying that the system let them down. How do you feel about somebody potentially in your position calling law enforcement and relaying these facts to law enforcement? They send 6 LEOs to the house or the dorm, and they let this 22-year-old kid manipulate them after all the intel they just got. And they walk and don't take him into custody under the Good Faith Mental Health Act for California. That, to me, bro, for 6 cops to go there, I would love to see that 911 call and what was relayed. I wonder if it's been released, because I'm telling you, for 6 cops to go there. Now, a well-being check of, hey, you know, my dad, I haven't heard from my dad in a few days. He's been ill. they could send one cop there because he's obviously not well and it may be a natural death all day long. But to send 6, that tells me that they know he's got weapons. He's made some very, very, very incriminating statements. To have a supervisor not only ask for backup to be sent, but 6 to be sent, and they don't take the kid into custody blows my mind. It's a no-brainer to me.
Yeah, when I was looking at the case early on, when I read about it, it kind of blew my mind too, due to the fact that, back in the day, because I'm a little older, so back in the day, it might not have happened that way because there would have been a lot more investigation done, I'm sure. But it seemed like today's world, liability plays a big part in how people react to situations. So they just take the least amount of time to gather as much information. He was a college kid. He was clean cut. He probably played the role, This is where I'm from. My dad's a producer, blah, blah, blah. I gave him the whole, I'm from a good family. Mom's just a worrier. Everything's all right. My phone broke, blah, blah, blah. Those videos were just a joke. It's easy to manipulate, like you said. So,
Right, but see, liability when it comes to the mental, I don't know about California, but we have what's called the Baker Act here in Florida. So under that law, it's a state statute. Under that law, if I were to go, and that guy could scream all day long that there's nothing wrong and you can't take me into custody. And once I say, yeah, I can under the Baker Act, because I feel like you're a threat to yourself and maybe others, there is no liability. It's a good faith doctrine. It's a good faith statute. Everything falls under good faith. So the officer is not making. It's not an arrest, by the way.
Right.
It's not considered an arrest. You're taken into custody for your own. You are cuffed, but it's a mental health act.
Well,
so go ahead. You can hold on one second. You could either go voluntarily and be evaluated, and we would give you transportation to the hospital, or I take you in. And I would offer that to people, and usually they will volunteer. But if I have to involuntarily take you in, it's a bit different. Look, go ahead.
Well, here in Texas, I believe we have a mental health warrant where somebody can go before a judge if you're a harm to self or others and get you committed for 48 hours. It's an involuntary commit. So even if you leave the mental health hospital, they will still arrest you and take you back until the doctor signs off that you are of not harm to self or others. I mean, I don't know much more about there being a, liability on that part, but, I do know about the mental health warrant.
Well, here it's 72 hours. And once the doctor signs off on it, a judge does sign off on it. And if they're deemed to need inpatient care involuntarily, then a judge would have to sign off on that. But for the Baker Act itself, for the point where I come into contact with the person and I deem that they are a threat to themselves potentially or others, and I sign off and take them to the hospital under the Baker Act, they have to sit there for 72 hours and be evaluated. So I would hope that, most states piggyback off of others, and I'm not real familiar with California's. Maybe somebody on panel right now, or in chat would know the California Mental Health Act.
Right.
But if somebody can look that up, I should have thought to do it, but I didn't. But Texas, I would suspect Texas would be similar. But you said that a judge has to sign off on it. That can't be. The judge would have to sign off on keeping that person. But
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
every state should have a mental health good faith doctrine, and I would be surprised if Texas didn't, man. So that's something you could check into. I mean, you're going to be getting into that kind of field, right?
Yes.
So I would check. You know what? Texas Ranger, he was in the prison business, so maybe he knows. He said he doesn't know, but he'll find out. So somebody go on there and check real quick. Just Google Texas Mental Health Act. Can police officers take you into custody involuntarily for mental health? And I'm sure there's a name for it. So go ahead. What else were you saying, bud?
I was saying that, even if you leave involuntarily from the psych hospital or whatever, you will be returned, by law enforcement, and they can keep you until you're deemed not of harm to
See
self
a
or
physician,
other.
right? And that's a big deal. I mean, unfortunately, I've had to Baker Act my mother 4 times now, and it's just getting worse. And they keep cutting her loose and giving her some meds, which she doesn't take. But she's to the point where, she's in the beginning stages of Alzheimer's, and she's got depression. So, I already had to. She took a surgical knife and plucked her veins right here in her arms, and sat in a hot shower and tried to bleed out. Didn't bleed out completely, and then got in bed, and I had to find her like that the next morning. She left me a crazy message that I didn't get. So, what's funny is I hate to even cover this, but I told the story about my mother because it's taken on a lot of my time from the show, because she's my mom. She means more to me than this damn show. So I go over to check on her, and she has a antique grandfather clock that my grandmother had left her. That was her father's and hers. And she winds it routinely every other day or whenever she has to. And she has to bend down. She puts the key in the bottom. You open up the case for the grandfather clock, and it's really tall, and it's not a really wide one. It's kind of a narrow one. It's unique. So it's top heavy. So she bends down, she gets the key, and she goes to wind it, and she loses her balance. So she starts to fall back. So she grabs instinctively, like anyone would. You grab a hold of something to keep from falling back. She's already broken one hip.
Of course.
And she grabbed the clock to try and keep from falling back, and the clock fell on top of her. And I want all of you to hear this. These assholes out here, these trash, absolute trash people like Dinky and Clue and the white supremacist purporting AR are all making fun of the fact that I had to explain why I wasn't going to do a show that day. And I said, hey, a grandfather clock had fallen on my mother. And these people are still cracking jokes about that. You people
terrible.
are sickening, nothing but sickening, absolute trash. Trash. You're disgusting, morally assholes. That really happened. And for you to joke about a grandfather clock falling on my mother just shows the character that you don't have. So we'll get off of that. We'll get back to this. So anyway, so in your opinion, wouldn't you think that if 6 cops respond there, that they should taken him into custody under the Mental Health Act, if there is one in California, which I would assume there is.
Just to make sure that he was sane enough to,
It's good faith. It's good faith.
Yeah.
Somebody called for a reason. There's no way I would have walked away from that scene and not taken him into custody. Sorry. Just no way. And I would like to know whether any disciplinary action did occur, whether they did an IAD investigation on that, which I'm sure they did. I would like to see the results, because I'm telling you, something's wrong. And he even says, and I didn't pull it up, but he says in his writing that if they would have just demanded to search my apartment, none of this would have happened. Well, of course, they can't demand to search his apartment. But they can ask, they could have asked for consent.
Yeah. That's the part that I was going to talk about, was what you just said. If they would have got into the apartment, they would have seen maybe seen the knives, maybe seen the holes in the pillows or in the mattress where he'd been practicing. Maybe he had his guns out. Maybe he had his ammo out. They would have been.
They said if they'd have got into his room, none of this would have happened, because they would have seen the carnage already in there. They had stabbed holes in his mattress practicing or whatever he did.
Yeah.
But the fact that they would have found three weapons and 600, 700, 800 rounds of ammunition, yeah. That would tend to be an investigation. That would have yielded an investigation based on what they said. And you can ask. It's called a knock and talk. I've gotten in many houses with knock and talks, searched them without warrants. And he respected the police. You can hear that he says it. I didn't read any of it, but he respected the police. So if the police asked him for consent, he would have given it.
Yes. Do you think Brian had holes in his mattress practicing?
I think Brian practiced. I think he doesn't need to practice on a mattress. I think he probably would practice in front of a mirror. Yeah. I think he talked to himself. I think he did all the stuff that this guy probably did. And that's why I think there is a direct correlation between BK and Elliot and Papa Rodger. So again, Elliot Rodger, Rodger, and Papa Rodger, Rodger. Is there a correlation there? I think there is. That's just too coincidental.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think possibly there could be. Because I read some of those as well, where he was detailing things that really nobody was talking about at that point.
Yeah, the knife sheath.
Yeah.
The knife sheath. No one came up. In fact, he got into an argument with someone who was saying, "You're a bit creepy, man. You act like you've been there or something." And this female's like, "You're acting kind of crazy." There's no way there was a knife sheath. There's all kinds of stuff talking. There's bantering back and forth, and this guy is arguing with him. And then he tries to come off. I think the car is a ruse. He's trying to get off of the car because he drives the car. But he's got diarrhea of the mouth, and he's putting a little bit too much out there. I'm telling you right now. And to come up with the name Papa Rodger, and then to have AI generate that photo, which looks exactly like him as an older man, is just crazy to me. And that's why I wanted to see whether Elliot Rodger was part of the curriculum.
Yeah, when that case came out, I didn't hear about it. Like, I wasn't really into true crime at that point, but I read the manifesto and everything, and it creeped me out for a couple of days due to the fact of all the planning, the delusion, the illusions, the perception that if I do this, this will happen. If I only do this, then this will happen. It was just a very delusional reality that he lived in. He called himself the supreme gentleman. I mean, who gives themselves that name, you know?
Called himself beautiful and hot.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it was I forget the name of it. You're taking courses now, but what is the term? And if you don't know, Rachel, no, I know, for split personality. What is that? What is that term in psychology? For split terminology. There's a name for it. I forget. I believe he had it.
Like the multiple personality disorder.
Yeah, I believe he has it, because you'll see he does one recording where he's just his normal self, and then he morphs into something else. He even does quotes from Star Wars.
Right.
You know, from the, I forget which one of the Sith series, one of the new ones.
Yeah, he was just all over the place, you know. He was, and if he'd see somebody in front of him making out, like he was sitting by the beach, and then all of a sudden this couple walked up and started making out, they ruined his whole evening. You know, like that's how important he was to himself. These people, how dare they? They came up to my personal spot and ruined my evening. That is some narcissism right there. That is some extreme narcissism.
Yep. Bella put Idaho code 66-326-24 is an hour mental health hold. An hour? Or 24-hour, I'm sorry, 24-hour mental health hold. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Her husband's in law enforcement. So what is Bella, ask your husband what Tennessee is. I believe you're in Tennessee, if I remember right. Let's see. It's multiple personality disorder, yeah, but there's another name for it, not bipolar. It's one word.
Borderline.
No, that's with somebody else. Multiple personality disorder.
Histrionic.
Is that it? I don't know. Not a big deal. So you see where I'm going with this. And my theory is BK was taking criminal justice courses at DeSales, and his professor covered Elliot Rodger. And they dove deep into Elliot Rodger.
Of course.
And I believe that he was experiencing the same feelings as Elliot. Because you've heard testimony from friends that he was just odd, you know, didn't really date anybody. He tried to date this one chick, and she thought he was really weird and blew him off. He wanted to get touchy-feely on her. She didn't like it.
Yeah.
And you know, so I think Ramsland, which he idolized Ramsland. Ramsland's written like 60 something books. She interviewed BTK, wrote books on him. So I think, now keep an open mind, people. If he commits the perfect crime, that's it, Jeff. You found it. Yeah, it's dissociative identity disorder. That's what it is.
Okay.
DID. Jeff looked it up. Thanks, Jeff. I'm pretty sure that's it. DID. So anyway, I think that when they dove deep into him, Bryan, who was already chasing his emotions, couldn't wrap himself around what he was becoming. He's done his own little manifesto where he talks about the fact that he has no empathy for anyone, doesn't feel anything. When he hugs his dad, he doesn't feel love, doesn't feel any love for anyone. I think that the man was trying to find himself, and I believe that he saw himself in Elliot Rodger. And I think at the point, and this is my opinion, y'all, at the point that they dove in deep to Elliot Rodger and had to write papers on him, because Diane, one of my team members, went in and found it. I had her, she found the curriculum and I showed it where she discusses Elliot Rodger. So how much time did they have on that? I don't know. Did they have to write a paper? I would assume so. They studied him in depth. So what better way to, in a roundabout way, get noticed and be in the good graces of your idol, which is Catherine Ramsland.
Right.
She could write about it. He could wind up in one of her books. And then, while at the same time, he's now in her position at another university, and 8 miles to the west, we've got a quad cold case that he can put his class through and have them write papers on it and do psychological profiles, and then had them do their theory on a psychological program or profile, and whoever came closest to what he actually determined himself to be would be graded accordingly. I think that would be,
I like that theory. I like that theory.
I think that would be something that he would do, because he's very analytical and he's trying to figure himself out. Again, this is my opinion, but when I had Diane look, I said, stick with me, Diane, here. Listen to me and follow what I'm saying, because she was. But I didn't want her to think I was chasing this rabbit down some hole, because I already felt very strongly that he, at some point, once I started reading about Elliot, I started just analyzing the similarities between the two. Very, 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 very similar. And from the get-go, and I don't know where it came from, I really don't, the whole incel thing, but people were, there was testimony that he was an incel from one of his friends or somebody he went to school with, or his symptoms were that of an incel. So everyone started thinking he's an incel. I don't think Brian was pulling much ass. Somebody said he got phone numbers at a pool deck. Yeah, whatever. Okay. He was trying to get in that girl's pants that was in his apartment building, or went to her house or whatever to install surveillance equipment. Who's to say he didn't install a camera that he could only watch?
Right.
She was creeped out. She testified that she's told police that she was creeped out, from what I understand. All this stuff is going to come out in the wash at trial, and I may be wrong, but it may very well be the same type of theory.
Another thing I wanted to run past you, John, is the attachment theory. Have you ever heard of that?
The what theory?
Attachment.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Where you either have too much or not enough. It's missing. Well, I remember Kaylee's dad talking about Brian being jealous of the girls or whatever, and that could have been one of the reasons that he did what he did. Well, when we're talking about attachment, when individuals are not as attached emotionally, physically, spiritually, anything like that, when they're not attached to whatever they believe they should be attached to, they start chasing it like a drug. They start fixating.
Exactly. It's an
Huh?
infatuation. It's an infatuation.
It's actually an obsession.
Obsession, yep.
Obsession, yeah. Infatuation at the start, and then they create that obsessive where they can't think of anything else. That's where the pornography and everything comes in, and they're fixated on the object of their desire, whatever that might be. So Elliot Rodger, his was the fixated, I need to get laid. I need to, I need the perfect female to be my first. I need this and that,
He needs some LL Cool J. I need love. There it was. Giggling
Yeah,
about
he
the
needs
pain
love.
that I
He
feel.
needs
Any
love.
horse not saying nothing. Then I thought, could you?
Yeah, he needs love.
I need love.
But he, you become fixated or even obsessed on anything, whether it be women, whether it be cars, whether it be your employment, whether it be money. Nothing
Right.
else matters to you. And it becomes unhealthy to the point where you start to warp that reality.
Well, you start to feel tortured because
Yeah.
what he described was torture. He was being tortured every day. When he saw PDA, it was torture for him because he lacked it. He didn't have it. He, at some point in his life, his dad, which, I don't know if his dad didn't show affection to his mother and his stepmother or what the deal was, but he never was able to grasp what it took to get laid. I don't think he knew how to act.
Mm-hmm.
And he was introverted. He says that he basically buried himself into whatever that video game was, War of Worlds or whatever it's called. And that's where he stayed for 5 or 6 years. So I don't know, but I think, let's look at what Pookie Doodle said. I don't think this is a one-off for Kohlberger, but we'll see. I think he wanted popped, so he wanted caught, so he could get famous at the price of captivity. He'll make a deal and get the DP off the table. That's my theory. No way. No way is this man going to make a deal and get the DP off the table. Now, he very, very well may not get the DP because if the jury has to decide, maybe they all won't vote for the DP. I don't know. But bottom line is there's not going to be any deal. What do you have to offer? So, Pookie, what does he have to offer? There's no missing bodies. There's nothing that he could offer to state for them to take that off the table. I think they got a very strong case. And motive, they don't need to have motive. They don't need to know motive. So what's he going to say? Oh, well, I'll tell you exactly what I did if you take the DP off the table. That's not justice.
Not at all.
That's not justice. So why would the state move to the DP first? Why? Because they got a very strong case. And state statute would mandate it if it's a capital case. But they still don't have to move toward DP. They don't have to actually file the DP. It's just under the, you can use DP or not use DP. The extenuating or mitigating circumstances that led to it, the heinous acts. I mean, that's pretty heinous. Not to mention he committed burglary as well. So no, people said that. People watch too much. I'm not saying you do, Pookie, but people watch way too much TV. You're not just going to plea that down. You have nothing to offer. What's the old man going to gain by giving him that? Nothing. You think he wants to retire on this case? Because he's going to retire after this case. Knowing that he let a man plea out instead of moving forward with a DP case on a capital quad case. I don't believe that, guys. I respect what you're saying, Pookie, but I'd have to agree to disagree with you on that.
based on what I've been learning lately, um, when I first started listening to this case, I thought, Brian's guilty. And then I flip flopped. And then I thought, well, no, he might not be guilty. It might be this, it might be that. But then I've been learning about prosecution and, stuff like that, prosecutors, the court system, that there's a lot in the justice system that the normal citizen has no access to how it really works. They believe what they see on TV. They believe what they hear, what they might read on Google, their interpretation of what a document says. I mean, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not I'm not an expert by no means, so don't attack me. But, I know what I read every day when I'm going through my courses, and it'll blow your mind how the reality of law really is versus the perception that the public has of it.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm very aware. Yeah, I know, I know, but
Yeah,
it's crazy because a lot of people in here right now have no grasp of what you're talking about. And so remind everybody what you're going to school for,
criminal justice.
the psychological end of it though. You're going to be a
I'm going to be a probation officer.
PO.
Yes.
Okay. So you're going to be a probation officer.
Yes.
Well,
I'm currently a therapist at that department, but I'm moving up.
right.
And
so you're a
ultimately,
juvenile.
one day going to be the chief, hopefully.
You're a juvenile therapist, correct?
Yes.
Your youth.
Yes.
So what happens? Let me ask you. So at what point, when a kid gets into the system, do the parents become accountable, or are they just like my mother did with my half brother, just blame the system for not helping them when they wanted help? You follow what I'm saying?
That's a good question because, theoretically, from the moment they're released, like let's say the child breaks the law tonight, you call the parent. It's not a violent crime. They're released to the parent. They bring the child to the probation office. You go over, what's going on. You investigate, see if you're gonna, the the DA can take the case, this, that, the other, and then you set the kid on probation if it's needed.
Mhm.
Well, at that point, the parents there, they're supposed to be involved. They're supposed to, make sure the kid gets to their probation appointments, make sure they get to their classes if they're supposed to go to class, their individual sessions, make sure the kid goes to school. The kid doesn't, isn't running the streets, isn't, doing anything.
Ankle monitor, right? You
Yeah.
guys put an ankle monitor on all juveniles pretty much.
Well, we
when it
do.
comes to-
I'm in charge of that area. Actually, I administer.
So what's the
monitoring.
criteria? What's the criteria to be? Is it violent crime or can it be drug related?
It's mostly a violent crime or a flight risk, one that has violated the trust of the officer, so to speak, I guess. Like,
Right.
you're supposed to be in, but we're getting phone calls that you're sneaking out all hours of the night, blah,
Right.
blah, blah. So we're gonna put this on you a little bit to be able
Not
to
necessarily a flight risk that he's going to disappear, but from a compliance standpoint, he's not complying to the curfew rules. Gotcha.
Yes. So back to your original question, the parents, not all parents are not involved. There are some parents that are very involved. They're the ones that are calling you daily, reporting what's going on with the kid, what they're not doing, this, that, and the other. But unfortunately, most people have this, I'm going to use the word illusion because that's what it is. They want their child locked up. That if you lock their child up, that's going to solve all the problems.
Yeah, they don't have to babysit. Now the state has to baby.
Because in reality, that's just going to create a lot more problems for that child, especially if it's a first-time offender. Heck, even if he messed up twice, and the age has to do with, how good he's gonna do and on probation, stuff of that nature. I would say that sending a child to placement would be the last ditch effort to get the child back on track. You should try treatment, ulterior methods, progressive sanctions to get the child back on track instead of just going for the first harshest
juggler.
consequence.
Right.
And I have a very awesome chief, and she is very, very knowledgeable. So I approve with her tactics.
So how do you feel about drug court?
I used to work with the adults in the drug court, and I saw a lot of success stories, but also saw a lot of failures due to the fact that individuals in that state of mind are not either ready for change, or they sabotage their own good fortune, or they start hanging around with people who they used to hang around with, or they they know that they're not going to complete it. They just sign it because it's the easier path. You take drug court or you're going to jail for 6 months. Well,
yeah, what are you going to do? Take drug court.
Exactly.
But it's like, okay, you take probation or you're going to jail for a year, 5 years probation or a year in jail. A lot of people will take the year in jail.
Yes.
Especially experienced criminals, because they know how hard it is to go through probation, and they know they're not going to pass.
Exactly.
So they'll take the 6 months or a year, and sometimes it surprises the judge, and then they're done. Time served, no probation. I got my 3 meals a day, got buff.
Yeah.
Got a support network set up outside so I can come back and I'll have a job, and my parents will take care of me and enable me even more, and until I screw up again.
What I've seen as far getting back to the mental health part of it is we either have juveniles that are not on medication or that need medication that for some reason they fall between the cracks, and they continue to suffer either by not going to school, not being able to pay attention, by assaulting their parents, by being violent, staying up all night playing video games. It seems like their video games are their drug of choice. Just like Mr. Rodger, he was fixated on those video games, and it was an alternate universe for him where he was in control. So whenever they come into the reality of the world and you're trying to talk to a kid, most of the time they don't know how to respond to you. They look at you like they've never heard a human being talk to them.
Right. That's like you got it. I mean, it's like what I've always said is what we don't have as a society of young people today is we don't have this. Yeah. We don't have face-to-face dialogue anymore because everything is keyboard, tough guy, tough girl, technology. And these kids are playing, and their avatars are, Kung Fu Master and, Boxing King, and their avatars are cartoons. They're talking to each other. That's the one good thing is, like, I'll listen to my son, and he's obviously a leader in his group. I mean, there's hands down. He's telling everybody where to go, what to do, in these games that he's playing, and he's laughing, and he's actually communicating. But it's like you said, and like I keep saying, what we lack, even in school today with these kids, we lack. When I went to school, we had debate. I don't even think my kids had debate in high school, or my daughter didn't. So we had debate, and it was healthy debate. And it wasn't about, sexual stuff or any of that. It was, debate, political stuff generally. And you learned how to communicate. You stood up in front of your class. You were a team. One team went up against the other. I was in a debate club. We did that. But it taught us to be able to articulate what we feel and drive our points and it even to agree to disagree. But today, when these young people are faced with actual, like Elliot, the actual reality of rejection, they're not able to handle it. So they blow their brains out.
Exactly.
They can't handle criticism, rejection, being bullied. I mean, good God, you're bullying somebody online. People are actually ending their lives because someone said something about them in a chat.
Right.
That to me, there's something wrong, people. If a chat would result in someone ending their lives, something's wrong. We become desensitized. We're in this technological world where we don't even go to work a lot of times anymore. I mean, these major corporations are saving a ton of money by allowing you to stay home and work, which I get. That's great. You have a family. That's awesome. But what don't you have? You know, hell, you know, most of your board meetings and stuff are Skype now. Some form of Skype. You know, we used to have to meet. I used to have to fly to Deerfield in Chicago every quarter for figure review when I was in the corporate world. Figure review is basically all your locations, all of your businesses, all their P&L books. You know, we have to gather them together and, you know, address each and every one in front of the CFO of the company. You're at a big round table with 40, 50 people, suit and tie. You know, you got to, but you don't have that anymore. Now you don't even have to leave your office. So what are we missing? We're not growing in our communication skills if we can sit behind a computer and not really deal with reality.
Yes, indeed.
I mean, when somebody is in your face, you need to have that experience. You need to be able to deal with that. And when young people today, and I'm not saying all young people, just saying a lot of people struggle with criticism and being yelled at because you're just not. I mean, you yell at a kid and it's like, oh my God, you know, you've ripped their freaking heads off. And it's over exaggerated when that's just reality for me. I mean, I grew up with yelling. I mean, it's just the way it is. I didn't grow up with violence, but a lot of yelling. My mom was a yeller. But kids today, they're not experiencing that. You know,
Well,
they're really not.
I believe they're
So
desensitized to that yelling. They've learned to be in fight or flight all the time. And the reason I'm talking like this is a clinical stuff. This isn't how I think about it. So don't take my clinical side as my opinion. Okay. So
no, I get it.
I'm just putting that out there. But you know, like you're in fight or flight. You're playing these video games all night long. You don't sleep. You don't eat.
Yeah.
You go to school, you're tired. And the first thing, you're in fight or flight, so you're tired. So you're at the very most basic emotional part of the brain where you're functioning, and something happens. Somebody, like you said, somebody makes fun of you, somebody bullies you. Well, you're probably tired of it by this point, so you just react. They do it to the teacher, they do it to them, other peers. You know, but the unfortunate these days is they're not fighting with their hands. They're fighting with weapons. You know, they're going home, getting a gun, coming back to school and shooting as many people as they can.
Yep. Because in the video game world, that's no big deal. It's not reality.
Mm-hmm.
They're not in reality when they step out of their house and they're holding that gun. They're in a video game. It's what I truly believe. And they think that it's not real. And I truly believe that it's, you know, we are evolving beings. Why do you think people aren't having wisdom teeth anymore? Their jaws are not as big as they used to be. We are evolving, people. Eventually, we're not going to have hair. That's a scientific fact. We're not going to have appendix. We don't need our appendix. Why do you think people are having appendix attacks and have to have them removed? Because they're not near as big as they used to be. The appendix used to be huge. Now it's tiny. We are evolving, whether you like it or not, y'all. So we are changing. And our brains are evolving as well. And we use, I forget what the percentage is. You might remember, you've been in school lately, but we use like,
well, we use 10%. We don't use
under
90%,
10%, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. You know, something's got to be happening, because I tell you what, when I grew up, you had to break out a map and figure out where you were going, and it was stressful as hell. I don't know what I would do without this now. I really don't. If I want to go somewhere, I'd say, Siri, take me to 101 Main Street. There you go. And I just listen. I don't have to use my brain anymore.
Right.
So what's going to happen? I mean, are we using our brains more today, or are we using our brains less today? I would submit that we're using our brains less today, because AI is taking over. That's just my theory. But back to this. Hey, Rachel, I want you to come on, please. I'm putting the link up here. Rachel's a bit under the weather. She's had a cold, so I'm trying to give her some time to get some honey in her throat and be able to come up. Or anybody else that wants to come up too with me and 12 gauge here. But go ahead, man, if you got some more stuff you want to talk about.
Y'all come on up. Let's
Yeah.
talk.
Ranger, you can come up. Anybody can come up. Sportsy girl, you can come up. You don't have to mod. Just keep an eye on both. So my theory, I'm telling you, man, anybody else, I don't know if I would roll with that theory, but knowing what the little we do know about him, I think that I'm on to something, to be honest with you. I really do. Because there's just way too many similarities between Elliot Rodger and him. And then if you look at the Papa Rodger, now there's always been that, you know, that speculation whether Papa Rodger was actually him. And to be honest with you, I didn't really pay that much attention to it, because I never really looked into some of the things that Papa Rodger said. I thought it was just some prankster, to be honest with you. And then when I dove into it a little bit more recently, actually, I think that it became almost obvious to me that Papa Rodger is him. And shortly after he was arrested, almost simultaneously, why would it come off? Why would it be taken down? He couldn't take it down. Are we submitting that the real Papa Rodger, if it wasn't him, took it down? Or did law enforcement take it down? I don't know.
I don't know. That's an interesting theory for sure.
Yeah, and Teresa said a lot of people have thought that. They have. A lot of people have thought that Papa Rodger was BK. That's not what I'm saying, though. I concur with that. But what I'm saying is I think that BK was focused on Elliot Rodger as well. And I believe that the Papa Rodger thing may have actually been a ruse that he put out there to say some things and then say, I think the car was a ruse and blah, blah, blah. But he mentioned, I mean, come on. You mentioned that the real perpetrator is hiding in the hills of Pennsylvania.
Right.
You mentioned that they must know what the knife is because they have the knife sheath. Those are things, in my opinion, that only the killer would know. Unless this guy is just absolutely, a genius. and can read minds. I don't know, but I'm telling you, those are some pretty compelling things to overlook.
Well, the manuscript is there, you know. All you had to do was memorize the manuscript, adapt it to his own life, you know. Obviously,
Right.
stealing his sister's cell phone at that young of age and telling, you know, writing where you said he felt lack of empathy or no empathy at all.
Right.
I mean, plus the drug problems. I mean, those three together would create a very inverted person, you know, very, like y'all said, disassociative, very distant.
Psychopath.
Yeah.
He's a psychopath. You know, and hey, here's Rachel. So speaking of psychopathic, she will be able to not that you're a psychopath, Rach. Just you
Hey,
always have a lot to say about psychopaths and sociopaths. So what do you think, Rach? Hello, Pablo?
What do I think about what?
What do you think about the theory?
The theory of what? Him being like, I think he was pissed off, similar to Elliot. But
Yeah.
I really do believe he had a fixation with Ted Bundy.
Well, Bundy was part of her curriculum too. So I think that, and I'm not saying it's just him. I'm saying that he is part of it. So yeah, Bundy for sure.
I think
And I
he
believe
had.
Elliot
I
Rodger
think
for
he
sure.
had. I think he had Elliot Rodger's mentality, but it was a little bit more mature. He was more controlled, in other words.
So what would you describe Elliot as? Is he a sociopath or a psychopath?
He was a sociopath.
So you think he was created?
Yeah.
And you think it's kind of like, you know, I'm on the fence whether he was
He was
created
pissed
or he
off.
was born
He
that
was
way.
pissed off at the. He was pissed off at the
The
world.
divorce.
It didn't necessarily mean he had a bad childhood.
Right. And he didn't have a bad childhood. I think the divorce had a huge impact on him because he describes, and I don't show it, but he actually goes into in his manifesto about how his whole world ended when he was 7 years old. I mean, he no longer had his happy family. Things were different. And then his dad, you know, almost immediately hooked up, and I would submit that he was probably already seeing this woman. That's what led to the divorce, but that's just me speculating. You know, I don't know. Hey, Diane.
Well, most of the time with sociopaths, you know, they have an abused childhood in some kind of way, and you know that wires a kid's brain the wrong way. You know, when a kid gets abused and there's really nothing good that they can develop a dopamine response to, most kids, they know the difference between good and bad and happy and sad because they have plenty of things in their life to make them happy. Kids that grow up abused don't, so they get a dopamine response to chaos and abuse. And your brain ends up craving more chaos and abuse, unfortunately, because that's the way it's trained.
I think he was an extreme introvert as well. And he obviously lacked social skills, communication skills. And for whatever reason.
Well, I mean, I was trying to tell the difference between a sociopath and a psychopath. Psychopath's just that way. It's just not all psychopaths end up killing people.
Right. I believe Brian Kohlberger was a psychopath. Personally.
Yeah, me too. Because I don't think anything happened in his childhood that was jacked up. I really don't.
No, and both of his sisters are they psychiatrists? They studied, you know, I think one of them. Yeah, they're both in the mind field, and I think his mother was as well. I know she was a substitute teacher, but I think she was actually a psychology major. And
Kohlberger had that ability to blend in like Bundy did.
You know,
He did.
sociopaths are the type of people that were either extremely abused and it turned them emotionless towards
Right.
other human beings.
Right.
Or, you know, but psychopaths were born that way. They just don't have it. That part of their brain does not work. The emotion and empathy and all that part of the brain's just doesn't work.
That's why I think in his writing,
a huge instinctive predatory prey drive.
right.
I mean, because
that's why
humans wasn't always civil. You know, we used to be savages. You know, I believe a lot of it's genetics with psychopaths.
But Elliot
Right.
Rodger said in his manifesto that, which I did not read because it was like an autobiography of every single year. I read some of it, but I did not read all of it. But apparently his dad gave him everything, but also was never there. So
Right.
then it seemed like the woman that he married, because I swear it said something like she called him and like she had to point to her belly to tell her that she was going to have a baby and he was going to have a little brother, almost as if she didn't speak English. I'm not sure that that's true or not, but I wasn't sure about why she didn't just tell him, why she had to do it with her hands. But anyway, I don't know. So I think being overindulgent can sometimes be just as bad as being not quite indulgent enough. And he, the divorce broke him up, and he also, like Kohlberger, his father went from making a lot of money from doing Hunger Games to almost being bankrupt. So, and at about the same age. So I don't know. There were a lot of similarities. I was really surprised.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the Kohlbergers, their house was actually in foreclosure at one point. I think they were able to get out of it, but I read that somewhere as well. So, his dad had to, I don't remember what happened, but I know his mom had to go back and substitute teach for income. So there's a lot of factors that could make a kid insecure. And
Did we ever say if Kohlberger was the middle child or not?
I think he was the
I think he's the baby, isn't he? Isn't he the baby?
I believe he is.
Yeah, he's the baby.
Okay.
I always wondered if he peeked in on his sisters.
That's getting a little too deep. I don't know.
No, I'm serious. I mean, because he peeked on his neighbor. He tried to spy on his neighbor with the security cams, and I'm wondering how deep that went. He did walk around. Yeah, he did walk around the neighborhoods late at night, where he lived. I mean, when he lived with his mom and his dad. So, I mean, it's not far-fetched.
Yeah.
Yeah, so did Elliot Rodger. Looking in windows at his second grade teacher.
Well, and Elliot Rodger had a little sister as well. So.
And a little brother.
He had a little sister, but with his mom, with his bio mom, and he had a half brother.
Who he always referred to as my sister.
Right. Doesn't talk about her a lot, but what's crazy about him is, and one of his, and you saw it as well as me, and I didn't put it up here, but he actually despised Asian people. He was racist against Asian people.
Yeah.
And his mom was Asian. A problem with his mother.
No, I know.
Man, his dad Elliot was super racist towards black people.
Yeah,
super, especially if you saw him with a blonde white girl.
Blonde.
He was,
and I hate to break it to you, Elliot, even though you're not here, but most blondes aren't really blondes.
Some of us were born that way. Come on.
Yeah, not
the
many.
Drapes don't match the curtains.
That's right. Strong indicator, just check the brows out. Look for roots. But I don't know. Blondes have more fun. Hey, you know, if you want my body and you think I'm sexy, that was that song by Rod Stewart, and it wasn't the title of the album. Blondes have more fun or something like that. That was way before your time.
I've been one
way
for a
before your time. 12 gauge.
I know who Rod Stewart is, man.
Hey, he's still rocking it. He's got like a kid that's probably 5 or 6 years old now. That's, I don't know, it was years ago, but I thought, dude, Rod Stewart's like in his late 70s, still popping out kids.
Wow.
You go, boy.
Yep.
That dude's
my mom used to love him. Hey, Texas is in here. What's up, buddy? What do you think about all this, bud?
I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see.
Well, do you think, if we wait and see, I wonder if my theory will come to fruition in any testimony? I don't know. Does the prosecution need to explain that? No. They don't need to say anything about any of that stuff. Method and opportunity, you establish that. Motive is a bonus.
I've always wondered if Ramsland would end up being called as a witness for any reason. I thought that
She might be, and that may very well be one of the reasons why she won't take any interviews.
The defense
She may be a
call her
witness
for a character, right?
Yep. And the other, what was the other one's name, Diane?
I want to say Burger, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. 2 of his professors thought very highly of him.
Hey, didn't you say something like maybe Koberger had a fixation with Ramsland and
Yes.
and wanted to be her subject?
Yep. That's my belief, because I've got two theories that go together. Is A, he's accomplished his goal of becoming a professor. He's got his own curriculum. He's got 8 miles away a cold case now, an open 4-quad homicide, and then he has the students every semester study the crime scene, study all the stuff that's no longer redacted or held under a gag order, because now it's a cold case, and do a psychological profile. And whoever comes close to his actual profile, which he only knows, will get graded accordingly.
Except for that damn sheath.
Somebody had posted earlier, I can't remember who, but said that he or she thought that he wanted to get caught and he left the sheath on purpose. I promise you that didn't happen.
I can't see that.
He didn't want to get caught. My theory on that night is he acted on impulse because of the social media diarrhea of the mouth that the girls were putting out there. And I believe that Maddie putting out there that Kaylee was leaving, this is her last night there, she's here to visit and show her new vehicle, and she was gone. She was going back. She was going to go on a hiatus somewhere and walk in Europe or something, and then come back and go on a cruise with her parents, and she was going to be gone, and that's it. She had already had her stuff packed, ready to go. So I don't know. We may never know the motive, and the only way we're really going to know what the motive was is if A, there's something out there on social media that we haven't seen, where he actually makes he makes an admission, confession, a threat, something, or he's got, he's wrote a manifesto that would tell us all about his motive.
I don't see him wanting to tell anything, honestly. He
No, I
wouldn't
don't
even
think
say whether he was not guilty.
Jeff answered, 1 year ago, Brian was 28, his sister Amanda was 34, and Melissa was 31. Licensed school counselor and mental health therapist. Yep.
You know, I kind of think he might have left the sheath there, but he didn't realize he left some DNA on it.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I get what you're saying, but I don't. I would have to agree to disagree. I don't think he left the sheet there on purpose. I
Not
think
where it
that,
was
you know.
anyway.
So I have a knife. I have a hunting knife. It's not a K-bar, but it's a hunting knife, and it's in the sheath in the cubby in my door. So when I go to grab it, take it out, I just grab the sheath and walk to wherever I need to use it. I had to use it the other day to cut some level line because I didn't have my pocket knife with me. So I grabbed it out of the truck. I carried the sheath over there. I cut the line and I put it back in the sheath and I carried it around in my hand till I went back to my truck. Well, no, actually, I put it in my back pocket till I went back to the truck. So Rachel's theory. Rachel, you tell us the theory about where he put the knife sheath, which makes total sense as well. So he took the knife out of the sheath and he put it where?
He put the sheath in his pocket, and during the struggle, I believe he squatted at the hips and it pushed that sheath out of his pocket.
Right. So
And that's when it
so
dropped.
imagine being on a bed and you have that sheath in your pocket and you jump on top of
It's
somebody.
12 to 13 inches long now.
Right. And you jump on top of somebody and you're straddling them with your knees. What happens to your quad? Your quad is going to push back upward and back that sheath. It's going to push it out of your pocket more than likely because now it's not weighted with anything. There's nothing to hold it to the bottom of the pocket. You've got a leather sheath that's empty and you're flailing around, you're moving fast. And for it to get where the PCA said it would make total sense to me because right there is in line with his knees straddling a body and the sheath fell out. The bed is pushed in right there. So when it hit, it automatically sucked down toward the body. And then he, did what he had to do.
Plus,
to Kaylee.
If he was on top of the comforter, it would have pretty much trapped those girls underneath that blanket, the weight of him.
Exactly.
On top of that blanket. So
well, we don't know if they were covered or not, right?
I don't recall it describing anything like that. They did mention a comforter, but I don't recall whether they said they were covered or not. I would, because of the way that Steve described Kaylee, she wasn't obviously under the comforter because she kind of, the way he described it to me, the bed was up against the wall in a corner and Kaylee was on that side of the bed and she kind of scampered back to try and get away and was up against the wall perhaps. And, she couldn't go anywhere. She was cornered. So that's why he was talking about the wall. I mean, there's obviously she fought. She tried to get away.
Right.
That's why she sustained more damage because she was trying to run and, he was trying to keep her from running.
Well, in that weather, in a house like that, which was clearly not very well constructed, I'm sure that they said there was a comforter. I'm sure that originally the comforter was on top of them, and having two 15-pound cats, I can guarantee you that the weight of those two cats can trap me. If they're on both sides of me, it can trap me so I can't get anything but my upper body out from underneath the comforter. So certainly a human person could definitely
185 pounds.
Yeah.
My cats are only 30 together.
Well, he's lucky he didn't get trapped. He's lucky he didn't get trapped in the comforter and wipe out on the floor after he was trying to get up.
No, I mean, if they were under the blanket, if they were under the comforter and let's say he straddled the first one and sliced her throat and then started on the other one, it'd be a real good way to trap somebody if you were a grown man and it was a female.
Well, in the PCA, it says that the sheath was kind of under Maddie on her right-hand side, but we don't know if she was face down or face up. So that could make a difference too.
Mm-hmm. And people always ask me, well, why would he even carry a sheath to begin with if he didn't have anything to attach it to? Well, I mean, you can't.
Well,
put
like
a
I
knife,
just said, it's
you can't put a knife like that in your pocket. And he didn't know if he
right,
was going to have to use both hands to get in that house or not.
right. And he may have very well thought that it would be okay to put it in his pocket. You know what I mean? It's like I said, most people that have sheathed knives don't have the sheath on their belt. The knife is it's a fixed blade. You have to keep it in a sheath. You can't just let a fixed blade knife lay around in your truck somewhere. A, it'll dull, and B, you know, it'll mess up your truck. So you got to have it in a sheath. And most fixed blade big hunting knives like that come with sheaths.
You're not going to carry it in your pocket.
Yeah, that's what I just said. I mean, he could carry it in his pocket. A lot of people do that. They shove it down in their belt. They shove it down in their waist at an angle. Crocodile Dundee. Did he keep his on a belt? No. It was actually shoved down in his waist in his blue jeans. Remember that? When he's in New York, he just pulls it out. Now that's a knife. If I remember
I've
right,
got a
that
couple
sheath was
fixed blade knives, but I don't ever use them. I use a folding knife all the time.
yeah. You know, but you know, a folding knife doesn't have a guard. You wouldn't want to go stab somebody with a folding knife in a fit of fury and expect not to slide down that handle and cut yourself on the blade. The fixed knife it's a killing machine. It's a killing tool. That's why there's a guard to keep your hand from going past that guard. I mean, you guys all know that. I don't got to tell you, but a lot of people
DJ,
don't know
you don't
that.
want to know what I've done with my hunting knife.
No, I'm sure I can only imagine. You know, it's funny. I'm gonna tell this story. Y'all get a kick out of it. My grandfather was good friends with another guy, and they lived in a place called Astor, and we had property over there, and it was the country, and we had property out there, and we had a big mud pit in the back. My grandfather and him bought a bunch of hogs, and that mud pit went down about 6 feet, like a slope. It's just a big old hole they dug, and they threw the hogs down there, and they would just throw corn in there for them to feed or whatever they threw them. And he tells me I got to go with him that weekend, and I was kind of pissed because the waves were going off, and I wanted to go surfing. But anyway, he would let me shoot the 22 or the shotgun while I was out there. So he'd give me a pill bottle full of 22 rounds, and I get to shoot the long rifle. So anyway, he takes me there. I'm like 10, 11 years old, I think. And he's got railroad ties stuck down in the ground, right? And the fence rails are tacked to those. And the railroad ties, you know how big they are. He has two of them staggered next to each other, which make like this little, you know, flat surface. And I had never even set that a petting zoo even touched a freaking pig or a hog. So this is all new to me. He's got this surprise, right? So I get there, and there's like, I think there was 12 of them they had down there running around. And they're just little piglets. So he says, doesn't tell me how to do it, doesn't tell me anything. That's how my grandfather was. I had to figure it out. He says, you got your Barlow knife on you? And I was like, yes, sir. He says, all right, a Barlow knife, for those that don't know, it's a pocket knife. It's kind of like a buck knife or whatever. But Barlow was, when I was a kid, it was kind of a high-end name brand pocket knife. And my grandfather bought it for me for my birthday. And I would sit with him and sharpen it on the sharpening stone all the time. And, you know, you cut the hair off your arms or whatever. But back then, you could all, I mean, when I was a kid, we all carried pocket knives everywhere. We carried them to school, for goodness sakes. So he picks me up. He says, good. Is it sharp? I said, yes, sir. He says, all right, show me real quick. So I had to take it out and show him that my hair was going to cut off. And sitting, he picked up this Folgers coffee can. I'll never forget. And he set it down, and he pulled the lid off of it. And I looked down in it, and it was, I didn't know what it was at the time. Now I know it was pine tar. So I'd seen pine tar, you know, playing ball because we used it for our bats, but I'd never really, as a kid, never really used it. But I'd seen it before, and I knew what it smelled like. So, Ranger, you know where I'm going, but be quiet.
So, I do too.
So anyway, he picks me up and he literally throws me over the fence, and I go sliding down into this mud hole. And I'm like, what the hell? So I get up and he's like, bring me one of the hogs right now. So I'm chasing around these hogs, right? I'm running around like crazy, and my legs are going this deep in the mud, and they're fortunately stopping too. So I finally get one. I bring it up. It's hooving the hell out of me, like scratching the shit out of me. I get up there. He's like, give me that hog. I'm like, he's not telling me how to do anything. So I'm trying to hold this freaking pig, and it's flapping out. It's all slippery. I finally give it to him. He takes him and slams him down on top sideways, right? He says, get your knife out right now. So I get my knife. I'm shaking. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? I don't know what to do. You want me to freaking stab this hog or what? I didn't know what he was going to do. He takes his nut sack and he pulls his nuts away from its body, and he pushes it down. He says, cut right here. And I'm like, what do you mean cut right there? What are you talking about? Because you heard me, cut right here. And I'm like, so I just do a little nick. He says, no, cut the damn nuts off. And I'm going, what the hell? Cut the nuts off. I'm not saying this, but I'm thinking, I'm like, and he's screaming at me. So finally I do it again, and I don't cut all the way through. He says, God damn it, cut the nut sack right off. Cut through right there. Cut the nuts off. So I go zip, and I cut the nuts off. Pig squealing like crazy. Nuts freaking fall down into the pit. And I'm looking over, and he goes, reach down into that coffee can and grab a handful of that pine tar out. Reach in there. I'm still not knowing what it is. He says, he takes my hand and he slaps it down on top, and I have to rub it. And he rubs it back and forth and rubs it all over the serrated, you know, where I cut the nut sack off. And he takes it by the scruff and he throws it back in the hog pen. He says, now go get me another one. I had to do that 11 more times. Not to get off topic, but I'm talking about knives, and I just thought, I'll never forget that. That's how they used to do it. Now they have this rubber band thing that just goes over, and a rubber band cuts the circulation off, and at least that's the last I knew they did it, and the nuts fall off.
They sit there and dry rot forever.
Yeah, they just rot off. Sometimes I feel like somebody needs to do that to me. Sometimes put me out of my misery. That's what they should do to incels, maybe.
Big rubber bands.
How'd you like that story, Rachel?
No, big old stump and a splitting wedge. Stick his old
I never
balls
knew
down in
balls
there
would
and
be the topic
tell
of
me to cut 'em
discussion
or
tonight.
burn.
Right.
We're
Right.
talking about nuts. If it's not dingleberry dog balls, it's pig nuts.
These
Dog
nuts.
balls.
Guys, I don't have your names up here because I'm clicking on the thing. That's not allowing me to put your names up. But what we got here is we got 12 gauge. We got Texas Ranger. We got Diane, which is Biology 101. And we got Truth Exposed, which is Rachel. Somebody just asked who was on panel. Yeah, Jeff says, tonight's topic, nutsack removal.
With pine tar.
Hey, we cover it all. We cover it all, man. We cover old school technology and new technology.
And calf fries for dinner.
There we go. Chaos said that cleared some stuff up.
Yeah, there you go. Clears up a
They're
lot.
not bad. I wouldn't want to have them every day, but
They should
What,
castrate
nuts?
child molesters.
Yeah.
If
David
it's
Edwards
found-
says that's correct, DJ. Done it myself.
if it's found,
It
hey, if
sucks,
it's,
man. But imagine not being, because my grandfather would do that stuff to me. He wouldn't like explain it. I would have to figure it out. Under the gun, you know, panicking, like screaming at me. That's why I try to explain things to people, because it wasn't like that for me growing up. I had to figure it out the hard way. Like pissing on a toilet stool. Don't piss on the toilet stool. Your grandmother's sitting there. Okay. Come back in, piss on the toilet stool again. Next thing you know, I'm cutting my own switch because I didn't lift the toilet stool, and I'm getting my ass lit up because I didn't lift the toilet stool for like the 5th time that day. So I deserved it. I own it. I still think of it. I still think of my grandfather lighting my ass up with that switch every time I lift the toilet stool. I know it sounds
You used the toilet. I had to go outside.
well, I mostly went outside, but it rains a lot here.
Who thinks pedophiles
So Jeff,
should be castrated?
I think pedophiles should be castrated.
No, I
Absolutely.
mean, if it's like 100% without a doubt, you're guilty type. I'm
Yeah,
talking about like the solid cases.
Absolutely. You don't think that?
That sure will get rid of the urge,
Yeah.
I would bet.
Yeah, I think they should.
Diane, did you say you have a problem with that?
I said I don't have a problem with that. No.
Jeff's here. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up, Jeff?
Sorry, I don't have too much more to
business.
add to nutsack removal. I don't have that experience, but it was
No
interesting.
chaos. I didn't pee on Grandma. I just peed on the toilet stool and she sat on it. I wound up getting my ass lit.
I did think that. You said Grandma's on there.
It can't be Grandma run over by a reindeer. Grandson pissed on Grandma.
Poor Grandma.
You write the song on that one.
You would have deserved a switching for that.
Yeah.
I would think so.
So what do you got, Jeff? What do you think about my theory?
Which part? I've been talking to so many people with theories. I'm getting them all mixed up.
Well, my theory is, and we've
the Incel, Papa Rodger.
No
stuff.
Diane. I put Diane on it because I had a theory that Elliot Rodger was part of the curriculum of Ramsland. So I had Diane go in, and she actually looked up the lesson plans for the university because she's a teacher. She knows how to do that. And sure enough, what was in there? Tell us about how you got that, Diane.
So I went to the DeSale University website first and looked at what the 10 courses that you had to take for a Master of Arts in Criminal Justice were. I looked through all of those, and there were, I don't have them right in front of me, but they were all, some of them weren't that graphic, but a lot of them looked like, oh, well, you could really learn a lot of stuff from that that you could use later on. Somebody earlier said, well, I don't think that Ramsland caused that to happen. I was like, no, that was way before, but I just think he just gathered more and more information. And I think, honestly, I just feel like his personality and who he was changed over time so much that eventually, if he's looking at all of these different, she wrote on 12 different extreme killers, and Elliot Rodger was one of them. So we got to that, but there's so many things that she has posted, once every couple of weeks on Psychology Today website, except for between November 4th and December 29th of 2022, there was nothing from Ramsland. But other than that, it's posted at least once every 2 weeks.
No, I believe there's a book in the works.
I believe there's a book in the works as well, because she's got so many of them, and they're all, it's like the mind of a serial killer, the mind of a mass murderer, the mind of this and that. So anyway, I just looked through all of that. I actually tried to go and see what books were at the bookstore, like the textbooks, those courses that she was teaching this semester were required, but it says that it's like they're not available yet. We're into the spring semester, so I thought that was kind of weird. But
and who better to go interview BK than her?
Oh, she just did BTK. She talked about him, I'm sure, in her class. So.
Oh yeah, well yeah, we know that she did.
Yeah.
But who better to go interview BK than her? Who would he not allow?
Who would he probably talk to? Her.
He would open up to her, I would suspect.
I would imagine she's going to testify too. It'd be interesting to hear what she has
That's
to
what
say.
I was wondering too.
Well, I'm hoping they release that list soon of witnesses, you know, maybe prior to trial. I don't know. I doubt it, but you know, at the opening statements after that, you'll start seeing a witness list, I would imagine. But I think so. My theory is, Jeff, that when I asked Diane, because I had a hunch that he was on that list in the curriculum to study, Elliot Rodger, and she found it. Her and I were both like, "Wow, you're right."
How about Ted Bundy? Ted Bundy's on that list as well.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah.
He's got Ted Bundy in him. There were a few on the list, but this Elliot Rodger, there are people in our chat that never even heard of him. So
That name didn't mean anything to me either.
Right, and she didn't even know who he was. So when she found it, it was like, wow. So I believe that in studying him, because he had to, and he probably had to write a thesis, he probably had to, come up with a profile, do all kinds of stuff, because that's what she does. Talk about that, Diane. Talk about what she requires.
So, sorry, the cat's going to jump on the table. So one of the things that one of his classmates, what was the name of that? You were muted during all of that stuff, or I would have remembered it a little bit better. I probably read 200 articles on all different kinds of things, but they would get in groups and she would hand out a sheet that had information about a murder without knowing who was involved in it or what the location was. And so in groups, they would get together and they would figure all of that out. And then they would have to challenge her with what they came up with. And then of course,
so their MO or their, so say that again. So she would give them a scenario or an actual crime scene, or would this be a fictional one?
I think so. Yeah. So it would be the guy just said she would hand out a sheet with a description of a murder scene, all the information that they had about it, but not who did it, anything else about it, not location, not anything. And so they would get together in groups and they would talk about, okay, how do we figure this out, and work backwards, which is what crime scene techs end up doing anyway, to come up with who did it, where was it done, why was it done, etc. And then they would have to present their theory to the professor, Ramsland, and then they would have to defend it and she would challenge them and see if they could defend their information, which sounded really like, I don't know, there were so many things that I thought, wow, that could so feed into somebody who was into that stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Coco said, did he take a Ted Bundy route back home? That's pretty interesting because we know Ted Bundy was out that way.
Ted Bundy was at WSU for a while.
Yeah. Do we know whether that's a route that he took? You mean back to WSU that night, the long route? Or are you talking about the route back to Pennsylvania? I guess you mean the long route back home, which I believe he did to solely avoid cameras is what I believe he did.
It is very interesting to think that he would go to a school all the way across the country where Ted Bundy would have been, almost like, not that he'd be like trying to, well, Ted Bundy was put to death, right?
Yes.
Or is he?
Yeah, he was put to death.
So, I mean, is he like trying to channel the
Florida
spirit of Ted Bundy out there? The thing I found interesting with Ted Bundy is that I heard when he went in that sorority, he knocked out his victims with a piece of firewood or something before he strangled them with a stocking. And I wonder is there any chance that, you know, the idea to use the K-bar knife in the same way Ted Bundy used the piece of firewood. I mean, if a victim knocked out first and then stabbed, it's quiet and you can control where the red stuff sprays, keep it off of you, keep it off the floor.
Just blunt force trauma. I mean, you would think that he would have been a little more prepared than to have to grab a log. So if he cased the place out, maybe he knew those were there. But I think that was probably a case where he acted on impulse and he grabbed the first thing he could find, because he didn't do that to all. He didn't do that to all of them, just on that one crime.
Toss it out. Who's going to think it? You know, you're going to see it laying there in the woods. Nobody's ever think that's going to be the weapon. I mean, how are you going to find a log?
Right. But I think, you know, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Them girls in Florida, didn't he, at Florida State, he bludgeoned them to death, right?
Yeah.
Would you say bludgeoned them or drugged?
Bludgeoned them.
Yeah. I mean,
Gainesville Ripper use a K-bar?
I'm sorry?
Didn't the Gainesville Ripper use a K-bar?
I don't know if it was a K-bar or not. I know it was a hunting style knife. I don't remember hearing that it was a K-bar. But
well,
you know,
Elliot Rodger used 2 9-inch buck knives, which would be a fixed blade knife.
Ted Bundy used.
Well, no, not necessarily. Not necessarily a buck knife.
Ted Bundy used a hunting knife on Kimberly Leach that was similar to a K-bar.
Yeah. Danny Rolling is the Gainesville Ripper.
Yeah, that's Danny Rolling.
Yeah, it says he would do awful things to them sexually, have them lie down on the floor face down, to which he would stab them to death in the back with a U.S. Marine Corps K-bar knife.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. I couldn't remember.
He was a voyeur as well.
Yeah, he posed them.
Like Elliot Rodger, it's like little pieces of each of those people to me. Like all the people that were on her list, there were like little connections all the way through.
Well, I often thought, is it possible to go through and get this education where you're learning to catch people like this, and then you go all the way across the country and they deny you a job? And so then you think, okay, well, if you're not going to hire me to catch people like this, I'm going to become people like this, and you're not going to solve this one because I know where all the others went wrong, and I'll do it right. I'll get away with it. And then, like you said, John, standing in a classroom, you know, teaching about this, knowing full well what really happened, and then seeing who can come closest to figuring out.
That was my theory from the time that he was arrested and we found out what he was going to school for. Do you remember when I brought that out for the first time? People were like, whoa, that's crazy. But you got to think about his mindset. You got to think about the type of person that he was. I mean, I don't know for sure what type of person he was. I just know what we've been told.
Well, there's a whole course on dangerous minds. I mean, the whole curriculum is set up so that you could either learn to try to stop it, or you could learn a whole lot to try to do it.
Right.
Yeah. Talk about that a little bit, Diane. I mean, you looked in depth at the curriculum. So there's a whole course on dangerous minds. There's a whole course. Did it get into much detail about Elliot and what she was covering? Because I don't think we found anything about, you know, whether it was an entire semester that they covered him, or
I don't think it was a whole semester. There's I'm not going to plug this, but there's which I actually take an art class through. It's called the Great Courses, and it's like $25 for like a whole bunch of mine's a drawing class, which I really haven't done very much with, but it's got chapters and stuff. But Ramsland has an entire class that I didn't have the time, or $24 at the moment to order it, but that has a 36-minute lecture just for like random people to go in. Anybody can get it, and it's a 36-minute lecture basically on each of those people. So what I wanted to do was to go and just, you know, pay the $25 and see what the 36-minute video that Karen Ramsland presented on Elliot Rodger and Ted Bundy and anybody else that was on that list, and see what kind of information she actually presented about it.
All
Rather
right. Well,
than
I'm gonna Venmo you $25.
okay, I'll do
Make
it.
it happen. All right.
I'll do it. I actually
We'll
set up
follow
a
up on
Venmo
that.
code just for you.
Watch
But anyway,
somebody will copy what we're gonna do and get it before us. You watch.
oh, okay.
Hey, you heard it first here. This theory is the first you've heard here.
Yes, mark it down. Trying to think if I have on my notes. Just like I said, I'm sorry I can't remember every single detail, but I swear, first of all, if it was science, I would. But second of all, I literally looked through 200 different articles on Ramsland, the sales, WSU, criminology, all of those people, and it kind of has gotten mixed up in my head over just 3 days of jamming it off because it's not my, John would have not had a hard time remembering it, but I'm gonna see if I can pull up that, see what I had on there, because you were actually muted when this stuff was on there. I consider one of them was psychological sleuthing. That's the one where we basically enter the mind of a killer, where she gave out the sheets and detailed the crime, and then you would go through the activities, basically come up with a theory or a thesis,
Right.
and then challenge to Dr. Ramsland.
Exactly.
There's an interview with her where you get to the end and they ask her a BK question and she's like, but she talks a lot about stuff. It's a podcast. It's about 5 minutes. That was kind of interesting. Extreme offenders is basically her big thing.
Well, didn't somebody write to a former student of his that BK actually interrupted?
Yes,
her a lot?
interrupted and tried to like show off to her all the time. Mhm.
Right. He was
Yep.
one of those students that always put his hand up and was always giving his
The one
opinion.
that's like, I know you know the answer. Can you let somebody think for a minute first? Yeah. As a
Well,
teacher.
I'm the type of person like, shut up. Let's hear what she has to say so we can learn, instead of you hogging the whole damn class time. Just be quiet,
You don't keep a
You're not-
teaching job very long when you do that, John. But
Yeah.
yes, no. So that definitely was one of the things that one of the people that
Was
were
that
there-
her? Or was it the other? Was it the other team? Well, it was her, wasn't it? That he
It
did
was
that
her.
too.
That was her. Yeah.
He kind of did it in an undermining way a little bit, so that I think what I read was the student said that as if he knew more about the topic than she did.
Right. And that's
Kind of like-
that's pretty much
Kind of like
everybody.
when he got pulled over, what he did to that female officer.
People said he did it all the time. He was that way in class at WSU. He was that way all the time. He had to be the smartest person in the room. Had to prove
Yeah.
that he knew everything and nobody else knew as much as him.
That's why I'm so hooked on my theory. Terry, if that's you, you need to hit me in chat and tell me where you've been, so I'll know it's you, because I'm not seeing anything when I click on it. Usually I'll see something, and I don't want any, fake Terry's in here.
Let's not say
doing
what
the
we
old-
don't want.
Doing the old DP.
Where I see differences in Elliot and BK is Elliot, his end game was suicide. I don't think Brian would have stopped. I think when he got, when he felt that his crime, the Idaho 4, was played out a little bit, he needed new subject matter, I believe he would have went out and did it again.
Oh, I do too. I do. I mean, just because I'm saying that there's a lot of similarities doesn't mean
there's
exactly.
there's a lot of differences too, but I think he was mad. I think he was mad and had the same frustrations as Elliot.
Yes.
Terry, again, if that's you, hit me in chat.
Maybe he was a combination of several different ones. That's what we're getting at.
I think he
All
had
right, Terry.
admiration for Bundy.
Right.
I do.
Terry, you're in.
Bundy was able to mimic normal human behavior well enough to pass socially. Brian couldn't do that.
No.
Yeah, they just that lack of empathy and lack of ability to interact with other people just made him made it very hard for him to have friends. I mean, even the thing where it's like the guy across the hall was like, yeah, his father was like, hey, you know, he's really shy. Can you be friends with him or something? That's like, ew,
Right.
at 28,
Right.
that's really something ain't right.
I believe even people that was around Bundy, if they were around him for any length of period of time, they would notice him being like a shallowness to him, like his
He had that
friendliness was
charming thing
superficial.
going on.
Huh?
He seemed to have that charming thing going on. I don't think.
Yeah, but I imagine if somebody was around him long enough, they would have picked it out to be superficial, though, like superficial charm, not genuinely charming. You know what I mean?
You talking about Elliot? You talking about Elliot?
About Ted.
Bundy.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well,
he was
had
a Rico.
girlfriend, right? Bundy had a girlfriend, right? When he got
Bundy was
arrested.
a better chameleon.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that guy was not an introvert. Definitely. He was extremely extroverted. And he's a good-looking guy, and he could, you know, he's Rico Suave of serial killers, in my opinion. But, you know, you got to have a little bit of get the gab, and Elliot had zero game. That was his problem.
He thought he did, but boy, he was really not.
Yeah, he's a legend in his own
Elliot and Brian was part of the Can't Get No Ass crew.
That's right. And I believe that Brian actually saw a lot of himself in Elliot, because look at the testimony we've had from witnesses, from females that talked about how Brian treated them. You know, I believe that he was probably, you know, a womanizer. You know, he believed a woman's home was, or a woman's life should be in the home, washing dishes and taking care of kids. You know, he's just, you know, he did not like women in authority.
Hey, Diane.
Yeah.
You have nice birthing hips, by the way.
What?
You have nice birthing hips, by the way.
Thank you.
How'd you see the hip?
Could you imagine somebody telling you had nice birthing hips? I mean, like,
You know, I was honestly,
What
I'm
the
going to tell you,
fuck?
this is not going to be popular, but I'm going to tell you, I'm going to say this. I was thinking about that, and I was like, yeah, that would be really rude. And then I thought, you know, I know people that just, you know, if I knew them, they were kidding around, I would have been like, use the F word and been like, get out of here. And I wouldn't have thought twice about it. But he was really creepy, and it would definitely have creeped me out with him. I mean, to the fact that that girl had to go in the bathroom and lock herself in until he left is probably one of the creepiest things that I've heard in a long time.
Didn't say she pretended to vomit too. I guess she was trying to be as disgusting as possible, so he'd leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she tried to be until he left. He could have kicked the door. I mean, that was really a bad situation.
It's probably like, I'm in here eating my boogers. Would you like some? Oh, you got to go?
You'd have got rid of him, that's for sure. He wouldn't have wanted to be with you.
Yeah. Well, no, I've been told I have birthing hips too. So I've been there.
Oh, you do too?
And grab some of that citrus, what they call it, citrus magnesium or nitrate.
Yeah.
Drunk a bottle of that and blew up. He would have left.
Terry Martin, you're in. Are you there? Hello? Hello? Going once. Terry? I think she's having problems with her. I hear clicking, but I don't hear anything else, Terry. Go out and try and come back in. You're muted for some reason.
Hey, aren't you proud of me? You didn't have to double listen to my voice tonight. I finally got it. I finally figured the whole technology out.
I do know J Lord's in here. Stacy, I'm gonna post the link.
Come on.
We haven't heard your voice in a while.
I know, we miss you.
Stacy.
There's the link.
Hey guys, I'm gonna hit my stop cam for a second, and I'll be back in just a second.
All right.
I won't tell you where I'm going, John, but I'm not peeing on my grandma.
Just turn your volume down.
Oh, there's my.
I don't want to hear any. I didn't major in flagellant studies, so I don't want to hear any of that.
If you
Okay,
sprinkle when you tinkle, please be neat and light the seat.
I have a door on my bathroom. All right, bye. I'll be back.
All right, so we need to get her. J Lord, you need to come in so everyone can hear your voice and know that you're alive, because they think you're an imposter.
Yeah, come on in, Jay. Come.
For those that don't know,
Come on in, J Lord. Come on in. Come on in.
J Lord had a bit of a medical scare, and she was gone for a little over a week. And in the meantime, let's talk about these scumbags once again. I announced on the show that she might have had a heart attack. We didn't know what was going on. We hadn't heard from her. I talked to her as she was having the event. And, these assholes actually said that they wish she would die. Oh, yeah. That little dinky bastard said that she deserves it. I hate to say it, he said, I hate to say this, but she deserves it. It's what type of people we're dealing with out here in this community of dirtbags. All the dirtbags get together in this little clique. It's disgusting, y'all. To say that you wished that somebody in this community, I don't care if you like them, hate them, or whatever, to wish that somebody would die and say that they deserved it, you are a pathetic piece of shit. And then you worship, your little group worship a white supremacist. A documented tells you, sends me an email, says he's proud that he still flies his Nazi lightning bolts, wears them proudly. Disgusting, y'all. If you're part of any of those channels, don't do it because I said do it. Do it because it's morally right. For anyone to say that they wished somebody would die, it's just disgusting to me. Over a damn internet show. Terry, you were in, but you can't. You're not. I'm gonna try it again. Are you there, Terry? Hello?
Anything would you like me to do?
Terry, is that you?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. You're a little loud.
Okay, I'm having a hard time getting on, so I apologize.
You're on.
Okay.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Splendid.
Great weekend?
Yeah, I worked today, but
yeah,
I'm here.
Okay,
How about you?
Is this better if I turn down? If I turned this down, is it better?
Yeah, you're fine now. So what's up?
Okay, so you were talking about bullying,
Uh-huh.
and I kind of wanted to share how serious bullying is.
Mm-hmm.
My 13-year-old son.
You're cutting in and out a little bit. So are you on a speakerphone?
No, I'm on my laptop.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
My 13-year-old son was bullied via internet, and he has always been like, no, my iTop. But you said I was too loud.
Now you're catching like every other word now.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, but it's kind of like, can you hear me now? It's in and out a little bit, but go ahead.
Shut up, Verizon. I just want to spread the word. Don't bully. And if you think
If you're talking, I can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Okay. My son took a bottle of Benadryl, and I watched him have seizures on the floor. All right, I'm going to try to come back on, okay?
I can hear. We can hear you now, Terry.
Okay.
Your son took a bottle of Benadryl, and you watched him have seizures on the floor because he was being bullied online.
Mm-hmm. And then he had
Did he come to you with his bullying?
Not until after he took a whole bottle of pills. Not until he had taken the bottle.
Well, at least he opened up to you and told you why.
Yeah. They had to resuscitate him 4 times. Yes. They had to resuscitate him 4 times. And I had to stand in an emergency room as I watched everybody running around, cutting his clothes off. It was COVID, so my husband couldn't go. Well, yeah, as he
They
saw
have
black on his nose.
Did they push Narcan? Did they do that, or what did they do?
No, Narcan doesn't work for them. They just
Right.
They resuscitated him 4 times.
They lavage him? Did they lavage him?
This is a 13.
Oh, I get it. You're right.
I don't think Narcan worked. Yeah, I don't think Narcan. They just had to keep him alive so they could get to the hospital. And then I was greeted by the head of ER saying he was really. What's that? What's lavage?
Lavage is stop pumping your stomach. They pour charcoal down your throat, and it causes you to vomit.
No, they didn't.
I'm surprised they didn't do that.
Well, that's kind of old school, apparently, to everything that's new that they do.
No, that's old school. That's really old school doing lavage. When people used to swallow crack and baggies, I used to take them to the hospital, and they would lavage them.
Yeah.
I would get the evidence. That was a lot of fun.
I had to. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, that sucks. Is he okay now?
Yeah, he is. But he had to be resuscitated 4 times. They even called the chaplain to come to me.
They have any brain damage or anything?
No, we are so.
You're blessed. So the big question is, did anything happen to the kids that were bullying him?
Oh, hell no.
Were they classmates?
Yeah.
Did you contact the school and let them know that they were bullying your son?
Actually, it was a bunch of girls.
So did you contact the school and let them know what was going on?
Oh yeah, he's been in.
They should have suspended him, because that's pretty much policy now.
Well, they didn't.
Well, they should have. How long ago was this?
Yeah, I mean, I was talking back and forth to the school because he was, yeah.
Because the police should have been involved as well, and they should have. What state are you in?
Yeah.
Terry, what state are you in?
Ohio.
Ohio?
I'm from Missouri, but I live in Ohio now.
Missouri. My grandmother lived in Missouri. That's how she would say it. Missouri.
Ohio.
Well, thank God he's okay now. Is he doing better? Did you have to get him any psychological help for that, or counseling?
Uh-huh.
What were they picking on him for? Was it Elliot Rodger type stuff, or was it just?
No, it was a girl that was just being a. Do you want to know? Speaking of that, do you want to know when he? Who knows? I don't know. I have no idea. All I know is I pray every night to thank God that I have my son still.
The best thing that you can do, and I don't need to tell you this. You sound like a great mom. But, just open up that dialogue with him and role play. I role play with my kids. And I know it sounds stupid, but I role play with them all the time. I put them in situations where I'm the bully, or I'm the racist, or I'm, whatever. And we get intense. I used to have, an hour round trip. I'd have to drive my kids down my daughter's driveway. But just role play and because that's what's wrong today. It's like we were talking about earlier. There is no face-to-face dialogue hardly at all anymore. And a lot of these kids are, because of COVID, weren't even in school. So what did they have to rely on to communicate? Nothing but computers and phones. And it's affecting. We're seeing that effect. I guarantee you we're seeing it big time.
Well, you want to know how much we're seeing it?
Do I want to know what you cut out?
Do you want to know? Oh, I'm hearing it. It's coming back. Oh, it's bouncing. So I'm sorry.
It's okay.
They created a class that would be one teacher and, like, I don't know, 8 to 10 kids would pretty much just spend their time in that room. So they didn't have to. And I got to tell you, my son was number 1 in BMX in Ohio right before it. He was a model. He's gorgeous, and they still did it.
Hey, do you have YouTube up and StreamYard at the same time? Because if you do, click out of YouTube. Maybe that's the problem. Are you echoing?
Yeah, hold on.
Okay, click out of one of them.
Or just click the mute on the YouTube.
Yeah, or click the mute. It doesn't matter. I think that's what's happening. It's reverb and cutting everything out.
Okay, hold on. Okay.
You got it?
Can you hear me now better?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, awesome.
Let's see if that works.
And I can pretty much guess that when I go back to bed, because I jumped out of bed when you were talking about bullying, and I think that something needs to be said because it's getting worse and worse and worse. My son is going to get his GED now. You want to know how cool that kid is and how smart he's the one that takes care of my parents. He lives with my dad, which is down the street, because my dad's 86-year-old. So he wants to help him, and they're very close. But they even had to, like, put a pick. Have you ever heard of that? I didn't. I had no idea. But in your, like, okay.
An IV pick, like a pick line, you mean?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's what they do for cancer. Cancer patients do that.
Just bringing this back. Thank you for allowing me to have a cry on this one, because
Oh, you're welcome.
I have suffered from PTSD since watching my son die. The guy who was bagging him was standing right next to me. They sent the chaplain. But you will laugh at this one. The chaplain pulls me into a room and he's like, well, if it's God's, if something happens and if he doesn't make it, that's how lucky we are. And he doesn't make it, well, you know that God will always be there for him. I said, who the hell are ya?
Yeah, like you want to think about that right about that time.
I did. I said, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to listen to this. And my husband called me right then and there, and I handed my phone to the chaplain. And I said, why don't you talk to him?
Yeah. It's like saying, your son's still alive, but let's give up. He's in God's hands, and whatever God decides, you don't want to hear that stuff right then. You just want to hear positive things. You don't even want to think about him going to heaven yet. He's your 13-year-old little boy. I swear some of these chaplains have no tact. They don't think about stuff like that. They shouldn't even be in that position.
So that's normal?
What's normal?
that chaplains do that kind of stuff?
Yeah, believe it or not, it is kind of normal. It's like, it's like seeing a doctor that has no bedside manner. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, I can remember my mom took my brother to see a pediatrician, the one that I went to. He's long gone now, but he was foreign. He was Indian, and he tells my brother was 2, and he tells my mom he's just retarded.
Are you kidding me?
So, but what he meant was he's just slow. So my mom gets home and she's freaking out that Dr. Diadusky called my brother mentally handicapped and used the word retarded. Now, back then, it wasn't a bad word like it is today. I mean, you can't really say that word anymore. You shouldn't say it.
You shouldn't, because
Never say it, but he said it, and my mom was complaining that he wasn't speaking yet, and he just said, or he wasn't speaking very well yet, and he said he's just retarded. That's all. And my mom came home, she was hysterical.
Wow.
I was 17 at the time. And so me as a 17-year-old, I'm like freaking out. This is my little brother. He's my half brother. I call the doctor's office and I'm like, look, my mom just left there. I know my brother's not, retarded. He's not retarded. He told my mother my brother was retarded. And she says, sir, hold on a second. He doesn't know, how old I am. And he gets on the phone. He actually gets on the phone. And he says, no. I meant it. He was just slow. He's not picking up on things as fast. So I was just like, you work on your bedside manner, man. I mean, you can't tell somebody, this is America. And he'd been an established pediatrician for over a decade then. And he went on for 50 years before he retired and then passed away. But anyway, the same goes with ministers. I've been there and chaplains have come in and they put their hands on somebody and they're like, it's in God's hands and the person's still alive, even though they're brain dead. You just don't say that. It's not comforting to me. And I'm a Christian. Jeff, you might have a different opinion, but you don't say that to a parent who's devastated and she's got some hope, but you're trying to kind of take it away and put it in God's hands. That's
right. You got to be a little real world. I mean, like the pastor that I from the church I used to go to, I mean, he did prison ministries. He would visit.
Hey, your volume's way up high.
Oh, sorry.
Way high.
Maybe is that better if I just step back from the mic?
Yeah, that's better.
So high. Yeah, he would go to he would do prison ministries and would visit the local prisons or jails weekly. I mean, I think he got a sense of, so like when he was trying to convey to you whatever wisdom he thought he should impart to you, it was connected with real experience. And with my situation, with my son's mom, first marriage, there was a addiction to crack that was the issue. And when he was my next door neighbor, the pastor, when he came over at like 2 a.m. or 3 a.m., she had just gotten home from a binge, and he came over. It didn't matter what time it was to him. He was helping a neighbor. He was just a great guy, but he looked her in the face, and what he shared with her was from his experience with others that, in the congregation, in the prisons, in the ground, he got real with her and he said, look, the path that you're on, either you're going to get off this path and get better, or, the ultimate end of this is death. There's no winning. You can't do this. And, I mean, so that was a situation where I feel he did have, good bedside manner. But you're right. There are some that, maybe there's some that just, they never get out of the church. They go home, I'm sure they get involved in events and things but maybe they don't leave the church enough to get a sense of what the people are really going through and what the real world is like.
Yeah.
John, I've had a lot of youngsters come and sit in front of my desk, obviously for sessions and stuff, and many of them have been bullied. They have self-esteem issues, and they're just trying to fit in. They don't have anywhere to really fit in. They're outcasts, whatever they might view themselves as. Well, I was having a session with a kid the other day, and I told him, I said, whenever you're listening to people, I said, I want you to try something. I said, I want you to hear that if somebody's coming at you aggressively, or they're yelling at you, or they're trying to control you, then that's a communication out of fear on their part. Now, that doesn't mean for you to get in defense mode and protect yourself unless they put their hands on you or something like that. You feel endangered. I said, but if somebody comes at you in love, you have to understand that language also. I said, because a lot of time when somebody's spoken to in fear, they get a defense mechanism built up. And if somebody comes at them in love, they don't know how to let that in. So they deflect that, and it goes into, well, everybody's trying to hurt me. Everybody's trying to bully me and this and that and the other. So I was telling this kid that, and he came from a family where he's, not very well taken care of. His mother yells at him a lot. He gets bullied in school, stuff like that. And he thanked me for that because it was in a way that he could understand. It was simplistic. It wasn't very theory based. It wasn't, anything like that. You get creative with how you talk to these individuals because a lot of times we use big words that they don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times they tell us, they'll nod their head like they're understanding, but they have no clue what we're talking about, where we're going with it. Sometimes the best thing you can do is just listen. Just listen, hear them out. Even if you don't know what to say, you just listen. And once they're done talking,
they get it off their chest.
Yeah, put it back on them and say, well, what would you do different? What would you do to do something different in that moment? Make it their
Very good.
idea. Yeah, make it their idea.
You know what I gotta tell you?
Yeah.
If nothing else was said that was important, I mean, it all is important, but made an impact on me is what you just said. You just taught me how to be a parent in these situations because he still does it. He blames me. Both my children are adopted, and the one person he's going to blame is his mom, right? Because he's not
right.
Yes, I have videos on my channel where I talk about a lot of different things. I start talking about parenting and addiction and things of that nature. So if you ever want to, stop on by.
Where are
it's
you?
not very big. It's a little old channel.
Oh,
yeah.
Channel. Like, I'm not driving all the way.
Post your link in chat, 12 gauge. I didn't even know you had a channel. I'm sorry. I think you told me that, but I totally forgot. But feel free to post it
well, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to self-promote,
No. I don't care about that stuff. It's like I say, I'm not that creator that's like, you went over to so and so, you can't come over to here. You can go wherever you want. I mean, I believe in diversity. If you want to go to another channel and watch garbage, so be it. If you want to go to another channel and watch decent stuff, so be it. Somebody like-minded like me, so be it. If they're totally opposite from me, hey, some people like the Jerry Springer show. We don't do Jerry Springer here. We do real world stuff. We talk about no, he's gone. But in this YouTube world, these what these channels have created are mini Springer shows. That's what they do. People pay to watch Springer.
You remember Morton Downey Jr.? I think he was even worse than Jerry Springer.
Well, Geraldo, remember Geraldo used to get him going too, man. Yeah. He'd bring some controversial people on there. Remember the chair incident?
Yeah, they broke his nose with a chair, right?
Yeah, I mean that's still That's still crazy. You ended a white supremacist on there. He had some ARs on there. And
Oh, he's on Jerry Springer?
no.
I met Jerry Springer in an elevator once in Chicago.
AR likes. Maury Povich had some crazy shows too.
He didn't used to, and then all of a sudden he decided that wasn't apparently paying the bill. So then he went.
Well, yeah, it's just like where we are now. I mean, what's going to sell more? People coming on and talking about truth. Who's going to want to watch this stuff when they can go watch that garbage, and laugh, and some people go just to laugh because it's so damn stupid that so outlandish that they want that that effect in their life. I don't. It's negative shit to me. I don't want to listen to that garbage. I just want to debunk it. Oh yeah, and by the way, somebody said that Detective John got rid of him or something like that.
Who?
Where are people getting that crap from?
That's okay. I heard that Rosie, the cop, was dead.
Somebody had the audacity to say, and now that we got rid of Detective John, we can say what we want to say. Where did you get that you got rid of Detective John? I do one, maybe two shows a week.
That's all.
I'll maybe do little short shows, but none of y'all losers are going to get rid of Detective John. I can promise you that. You need to worry about supporting a white supremacist, though, on all 4 or 5 of your shows. Having a white supremacist
about
on
that,
there.
though. I mean, I don't, God forbid, if he's lying about this, it's the worst thing ever. But AR said when he got out of that, he's not one. And when he got out of it, his son died. They killed his son.
You believe that?
Do I?
Yeah, do you believe that?
I believe people.
Why would you believe that? Do you believe that he went into a Walmart and got shot by the police after being released on parole?
Yeah, that's what I just heard it on
You
YouTube.
believe that too?
Who
Terry,
knows?
you believe that too?
I wasn't there. I have no idea.
No. I call bullshit 100%. He's a liar. He's been called out by me. I wanted to prove it. He couldn't prove it. Couldn't come up with a date, time, store, nothing. That's big news. Cops go into a Walmart and shoot you. You ought to be able to find that pretty easy. That's front page and headline news on any news media. Provide it. He talks out of his ass. He's full of shit. Don't believe nothing that guy says. He's doing it. Oh, also, he's talking to the concavices now. Do you believe that?
Yeah.
You believe that man's talking? You believe that? Terry, come on now. Seriously?
Well, what the hell? JLR has been, right? I don't know.
Okay.
I don't even watch his show. I mean, there's only a couple that I really watch.
He's
And
full of shit.
What really frustrates me, and I can tell you this with any sub.
Harsh is talking to him too.
Yeah.
What?
I believe Harsh. Yeah. Oh, Harsh is talking to. Yeah.
Well,
we'll get off of him because that guy's a white supremacist. He will always be a white supremacist. You don't stop being a white supremacist. It's not how it works.
Well, then he needs to move to Idaho then.
Yeah.
That's what they're now.
And he sends me an email telling me that he still flies his lightning bolt Nazi symbols proudly. What does that say? I even posted that directly from my email from him. And these people still support him?
What did he do? He hung a flag?
Do you know what the Nazi symbol is? It's 2 lightning bolts next to each other.
Mm-hmm.
He said that he still flies those tattoos proudly on his body.
That's sad.
I still fly mine. I don't know verbatim what he said. I don't have it in front of me, but yeah, it's what he said. I have the email. I posted it for all to see. And they, instead of denouncing him, they embrace him Why?
I don't know. I've never, you know what? I've been watching true crime for the past 2 years, or at least since the Idaho 4, but I don't have the money right now. I'm starting my new job on Monday because I had to quit my job so I could stay at home with my son and be here. But
Hold on a second. Let me adjust this, Freddie. Bully John showing his true colors again. So that makes me a bully, Freddie. Makes me a bully that I expose a white supremacist who is on these shows talking about his life, and he still says he's a white supremacist, and he flies his bolts proudly. So that makes me a bully. So I'm being a bully to a white supremacist. Get lost. I don't care if you ever come back. Goodbye. Bye-bye. I'm going to leave you in here.
who, me?
No. This Freddie too. Yeah.
Gee, thanks. I get blocked off at the other channel and I have no idea what I did.
No, I interrupted you to handle this Freddie.
No, Freddy Krueger.
He's Freddie too, so he must have been banned from somebody.
Yeah. Well, I guess the thing I wanted to, and don't let me forget to say one more thing because it's about bullying. I don't get it. I wasn't bullied, but people that are, and especially it's a huge thing because of the internet. I don't think our kids have as big of backbones as we did growing up.
Oh no, because because of what we were talked about, Terry. Because this is all they have now. They don't have face-to-face dialogue that we had. We had to work things out. They don't have that anymore.
It's not just that. It's when they go back and forth and they're dogging each other out. This is in text. It's in text. It doesn't go away.
What does that have to do with what I just said?
When we were younger, we could screw up and we could do shit and
okay.
It would be forgotten about. You can't forget it today. You can't forget about nothing. It's all on video. And a lot of these kids, they get bullied at school, they get bullied on internet, and then when they get home, they're abused when they get home.
Well, you want to hear something that's that's unbelievable to me, is that he went back to school the next year, his sophomore year, and they had something like a room, a classroom with one teacher, and they spent and there was a handful of them that just have that problem with people. And she is awesome, and she was able to, get him motivated and do stuff. And then the levy didn't pass, and instead of cutting some stupid sport that they have, they cut that. What is the purpose of school? What is it? I didn't know that you had to be an NFL player.
Well, it's like anything else, Terry. I mean, you have cliques. Unfortunately, you're never going to get away from cliques. That's just the way society is. You have your preppies.
I get that.
Here you had your preppies. You have your preppies and surfers. You have your rednecks. You have your, trash group. You have your heavy metal people. You have your progressive people. I mean, it's just the way it is. We're never going to stop that. Now, my kids often tell me when I try to relate to them how things were, oh, it's not like that anymore. I'm like, what do you mean? They don't say, oh, I like that girl or I like that guy. When we were kids, I'm 55, but we'd send notes. Hey, will you go out with me? When we're in middle school or whatever. They don't do that anymore.
We're going
None of that anymore.
My mom and dad used to say, "Where are you going?"
Yeah, right.
I'm like, I don't know, we're going together.
Yeah, we're going out. Oh no, what's the best one? We're hanging out. That one has always blown my mind. So you're screwing, is what you're saying. You're hanging out. You're screwing. I mean, that's what it means. I swear, that's what it really means. We're hanging out. I'm not talking about kids. I'm talking about young adults. Yeah. Yeah, you're hanging out. Yeah, we hang out. Hanging out, cooling out, chilling out. That's what it's all about. What's that song?
I don't know. I have a video that I like to show you that you could show on. It's not long, but what it is they take where we live, the freshman class takes a field trip down to Washington, D.C., and you have, in order to help to be one of the people or to be the person to walk down with the wreath for the Tomb of the Unknown Soldiers, you have to write an essay. Just something. Why would you get, when I read this, or when you read this, if there's not a dry eye, then I don't know what else is. I mean, it just made me feel so good that I'm an American.
That's right.
And so many people
Hey,
give their life for that.
speaking of Americans and kids, my son just came in and I said, hey, I need to get these names back on here. He went in and clicked something, brought all your names up. So you guys all have names.
Boom.
Thank you, Tanner. Bam.
Thank you, Tanner.
Well, yeah, well, I mean, I don't want to keep you. It made me feel good. I can't talk. I don't talk to anybody about it because once I quit my job, I'm like, crap, now I have no friends because I'm not from here. And Griffin didn't have, he rode BMX and they made fun. They were making fun of him instead of playing like basketball.
You kidding me? My best friend's name's Donald. He's still riding BMX and he's 56 years old. And my other best friend, Gary, is still racing BMX and he's taking on kids. Those guys were they're quads. I raced BMX, but I was into baseball and football, so I couldn't run all the heats that they did. But we have Strickland over here by me. I mean, these guys are quads are still like this because they ride bikes. Those are great athletes. Takes balls to hit a triple and land it.
Oh no, they're not doing that. It's a race. It's not the do a flip backwards or whatever. It's
No, it is a race. When you're coming off of a berm and you're going in a straightaway, you have triples. You got to go over. You don't want to navigate each triple. You try to bunny hop over the third trip.
Because I never have.
So when you see your son ride and he hops and he hits a trip, it's just like dirt bikes or motorcycles. You hit the trip. You don't want a case on the next one. You want to try and clear all three. Those are athletes. So your son's an athlete if he's doing that stuff.
He was number one in Ohio.
Yeah, well, that says something. Did he get sponsorship?
He hadn't until that year, but he's not riding right now. Took a blow, but I'm gonna get him. I want to get him back into it. But yes, he was.
Nothing wrong with racing bikes. He's damn sure an athlete, and he's an athlete with guts. Anybody can go out and play baseball and basketball, but go ahead, come off that berm, hit that whoop, do that tabletop, and bust your ass. Let's see if you go back and do it again. If you go back and do it again, you got balls. So your son should be very confident. Usually bike riders are very confident people because they do some crazy stuff. Both my friends, Gary and Donald, are very.
The very best time to talk to anybody, especially guys and kids, is while you're driving because they don't have to look at you, but you can have really good conversations facing forward. It's very odd, but I'm telling you, that kind of conversation can get really, really intense and really, really good. So if you're taking him to bike racing and all that kind of stuff, it's a great time to talk.
And if you really want their attention, get it up to about 90 miles an hour, 100 miles an hour, then that you have their undivided attention.
First of all, I do not think I'm going to talk, and I get it, and you're right, but I'm not talking to my kid in the car. I mean, my daughter's 19 and still doesn't want to drive.
Well, you're driving. The kid's riding.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, and take this for what it's worth. But I wouldn't give up my windshield time with my kids for anything.
Anything.
Well, you know what? That's
because I'm telling you, I've had the best conversations with my children driving from baseball tournaments, basketball tournaments, football tournaments. I mean, greatest conversations, but I have to drive those conversations. I had to drive them, but in the grand scheme of things, they learned from that and they started opening up and talking on their own.
And you know what's going to happen after that? They're going to be a parent that does that too.
Well, that's all you can do as a parent. Is the biggest thing, Terry, with your son, was his name's Griffin, you said?
Mm-hmm.
The biggest thing with him is his confidence. Don't let his confidence put him in a funk.
Oh, you clearly defined my son right now.
Well, you got to figure out a way. If he's number one in the state of Ohio and he was good at it, then get him back into it and get that confidence back up. He doesn't have to play any other sports. I mean, that's kind of silly these days. I mean, he can, he can. I mean, I've never seen any kid that races bikes looked down upon or frowned upon or made fun of. I've never seen it. So that's just crazy to me because, I mean, we had a kid, Scott Wells. He's still a friend of mine. He did a whole potpourri video at school and jumped over, 4 cars. I helped him build the quarter pipes to jump them.
Did you put Evil Knievel in the back?
Yeah. I mean, it was a big deal. I mean, and they still talk about that at reunions to this day. You remember when Scott jumped those cars in the parking lot? Yeah. I mean, there's nothing. I'm telling you right now, it takes more balls to get on a bike and race against handlebar to handlebar, pedal to pedal, banging into each other, falling, getting scraped up than going out and shooting a basketball all day long.
Yeah, and he's been doing it since he was 8. He also has a job that he is like, he's in the kitchen, he cooks or whatever, but for the big Congress Lake Country Club. And then he got my daughter. So, I mean, I'm telling you.
So he's bussing tables at the country club? He's probably making good tips?
No, he's in the kitchen.
Oh, he's in the kitchen.
He got promoted.
There you go. At 13?
No, this was when he started work when he was 14 or 15 at another where he was a greeter.
Oh, I thought you said he was 13. My bad. I thought you said he was
13 when he was bullied. He's sick. He just turned 17 in October. But
so is he still struggling with that, or is he good with it now?
We're all, I'm finally going back to work, but it's hard. And Jeff, that's why I asked if you could help me on something. So, because I had to quit.
Hey, Terry, I'm going to take this a little biblical, but maybe if you could find him a good male role model that could bring the man out of him, because unfortunately, I mean, a female, they can do a lot, and I'm not down in females at all, okay, or women or anything like that, but single moms, they cannot.
No, I'm not single. I have a husband.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
However, you're on the right track. I will tell you that.
But
I believe that God works in mysterious ways. Okay. And I was pulling up LinkedIn and there was a guy that was judge of juvenile court in Pittsburgh. So I called him because I thought maybe if he talked to Griffin, somebody of status. By the way, he was also a a Pittsburgh Steeler for 11 years, 10 years. He played with Bradshaw's. He started the last year they won the Super Bowl. But anyway, he sent him a sweatshirt, all the stuff, and he even called him. And Griffin right now is doing, the past 2 days, he's doing wonderful. But, as kids do, he could change on a dime. So, and who wants to be a parent that has to say to their son, if they say anything that sounds like they're, depressed, you have to ask, give me a 1 through 10, where you feel,
Right.
And he just had his 100th day anniversary for not wanting to commit suicide. But
I'm sure it'll work out. He's 17 now, and has he got a girlfriend?
No. He always has, but he doesn't now. He's not even in school. He's getting his GED, and then he's thinking about 1 or 2 things. Because he was out, lack of oxygen. Sometimes it's called something syndrome. I can't remember what it is, but all of a sudden he'll just like fall. You're standing there talking to him, he just falls down. But he's getting better at that. But either he's going to join the Navy or he's going to be an attorney.
Well, I asked you if he had any residual damage, and you said no. So he does have residual damage from not having.
I've only seen it happen once. I guess it's happened more than once.
That sounds like a seizure to me. My daughter has those mini seizures. She's just now getting to where she can drive, and she's 20. So you might want to have him checked. That he might be having mini seizures.
I don't think there's a doctor that we could get him checked in with that he hasn't already been dealing with.
Well, that would be a neurologist. So
yeah, and he has a neurologist. He has everything. I'm just trying to say, you talked about bullying, and I wanted to jump in because I don't think people realize how bad it is.
Yeah, no, I realize how bad it is. I was,
there was a guy that I was listening to Tommy's channel, and I know you don't like those guys. I don't care. I don't say anything. I don't say bad things. All I care about is trying to make sure that if there's anything I can do to help, save somebody's life or whatever, I want to know how to. But Tommy was talking about bullying, and he got 2 women on, I guess, I think it's this weekend, maybe. I don't know, next weekend. But they're all going to do picketing, and there's in every state, there's now an anti-bullying center, or not in every state, but they're trying to get it that way.
Censor or law? You mean law?
Well,
they would like a crisis center. You mean?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Or like a hotline?
I have no idea. I got in late, but I haven't called her back yet. I don't know if I'm ready to do something like that. But the fact is, this kid, this is what started it in Tennessee. He left school and 5 teenage boys that were older stamped on his head 17 times, and he died. Yeah. I mean, it's really bad.
Yeah.
So I didn't mean to keep you, but I just, I'll send you that. I think it's something that everybody would love to see, but I'll send you the thing where he's walking. This is how nice my son is. 2 girls and him. It's supposed to be just 2 people, a girl and a boy. And another girl they ended up taking. And you know what? He had the highest everything. And he let the 2 girls put the wreath on, and he followed them.
Good for him. That's a gentleman.
He's a good kid. So is my daughter. I'll send that to you. I don't want to keep your time up, but thank you for letting me get on.
You're welcome. Thank you, Terry. Have a great night.
Thank you, Terry.
Just listen to your son, and he's almost 18 now.
He just turned 17.
Just turned 17. All right. We got another year before it really matters, right?
Exactly. Well, he's got his head on straight right now. Oh, can I ask you a really quick question? I think I did this because I was approached by somebody, and I'm like, I have no idea about asphalt. I mean, isn't it stuff on the road? I don't know. But they created something. What happens with asphalt as it cools on the truck?
What happens to asphalt? What?
When it cools on the bed of the truck.
On the bed of a truck. So if you took hot asphalt and put it on the bed of the truck,
yeah,
it's not going to stick. If you have tar will stick, but asphalt is a combination of tar and other substrates, but generally it won't stick. It should just pop right off.
Oh, because they use like a petroleum on it.
Right. So tar would be a derivative of oil, and that's a liquid. And if you're talking about tar, that's a different beast. But asphalt is aggregate mixed in with tar that becomes you know, your
Worst
road.
nightmare in your world.
So once
Never
that
drive
hardens,
over
it's
it.
just going to be like a rock and it'll just pop off. But tar will stick. You're probably
And
thinking
the
about
worst of
tar.
or asphalt is the worst thing. Is your
Yeah.
your
Yeah.
nemesis as you drive through. You're like, are you kidding me? I just washed my car.
Well, yeah, you would just take a little gasoline on a cloth and wipe it and it'll come off.
Well,
It's
I will
tar.
send you this too, because I know that you do construction and that kind of stuff, so you would know. But I'll send it over to you. I have your email address. But I appreciate it. Thank you so much for talking to me.
You're
It made
welcome,
me feel
Terry.
like a huge
Have a great night.
weight.
And tell your son that I think he's tough as hell for riding a bike. So
Yeah,
Well, I
that's
may
awesome.
have you talk to him.
you have that going for you. He has that going for him.
He wanted,
DJ thinks he's tough as hell. He's a
I know, and
badass.
you know what? He wanted to be a police officer as long as we can remember. And now,
Yeah, you don't want to tell him to do that. Not today.
not anymore. But you know,
No
I mean,
way. No way. I'm sorry. If anybody wants to be a cop, I would highly suggest being a fireman. Don't be a cop.
well, my brother-in-law is the chief of fire for Cuyahoga Falls. They have 5 stations.
There you go. He's already got an in. Tell him to go that direction. That way he'll be in shape most of his life. He'll eat well and he won't get shot at and he won't get in trouble. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think he would give him a chance, but Griffin doesn't want to be. He wants to either, like I said, he wants to do attorney or Navy. And my brother-in-law said that my kids are not blood. So,
Yeah, that's not right. You adopted them, you said? Let me ask you a question. You adopted your children. All right.
Yeah.
This is a question, and I don't want you to take it wrong. If I adopted my children now with DNA and stuff, kids can find out. And it would be a shocker today if you went your whole life and didn't find out till you decided to do one of these something to me and figure out where you're from and you find out that your parents aren't your real parents. And that would be a shocker. That would suck. But if it were me and I adopted my child as an infant or even at an age where they won't remember, I don't know if I would ever tell them. Because it seems like every time you tell a child they've been adopted, it becomes a problem. I've known many adopted kids that have lived fruitful lives, but I've also known many that from the point they were told, their lives changed.
my kids have grown up.
So do you ever regret? So you told them, or somebody else told them?
Yeah, there's a new thing. It's called open adoption, which means, the birth parents.
How old were they?
Oh,
How old were they?
We brought them home from the hospital after being born.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think, and don't take this wrong, I just think it's a way for children, when they're children, to manipulate their adopted parents with guilt. And I've seen it happen multiple times. Because I've seen kids, one of my neighbors decided they were going to drop the bomb and tell them that their 9-year-old daughter was adopted. It's time that we tell her. And I'm like, don't tell her. And this kid was a perfect child. But the point that they told her, it was on. It was like, now she's got a reason to twist things and get what she wants. And she became a little brat, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Well,
and I think to be honest with you, they probably would deny it, but I think they regret telling her. I probably wouldn't tell her. That's just me. Because why fix something that's not broke? You know what I mean?
yeah, but at the same token, why not tell them at a young age so they can't hate you forever and they grow up knowing it?
That's a great point. That's a great point. But at what point does it backfire? At what point does it come up? You know,
because they're both they get it.
If it worked for you, then I'm wrong. I'm just saying I just can't see myself doing it because I wouldn't want that to be thrown in the mix of.
How old are your children?
My oldest is 33. My second is 31. My third is 22, and he's a minister, by the way.
Mhm.
And my daughter's almost 20 now, and Tanner is 15.
And who would it be that you adopted then? Are they all yours or?
Yeah, they're mine. Yeah.
Okay, because I
But
thought.
what I'm saying, I'm hypothetically saying
Oh,
this.
gotcha. Okay.
If I adopted a child from birth, I don't know if I would tell them. But now you kind of have to tell them, you know.
Well, you have to because that's the law now.
Unless you get your own, get your own DNA and you go off of your tree and just tell them this, hey, this is how it is, and they don't ever wonder, But I don't know.
Well, they've
That's
never
for
been
another
treated
show.
like they were adopted, trust me, by anyone
Well,
except my brother-in-law.
that's good. That's good.
You know how
All
embarrassing,
right.
how sad it is to watch him, my brother-in-law, driving the fire truck in a parade, and every one of the kids on his block are on the back, and he doesn't invite his son, his nephew.
Because they're not blood.
Yep.
Yeah, that's bull. That's his problem. Be honest with you.
Anyway,
That's his problem. All right.
but is there a better time to reach? Because I have a couple of things I wanted to run by you, and I just don't want to take up people's time. Is
No,
there a
you
better
just
time to email? I
just
guess
email me at any time. I check my email. Try to check it at least every day, and I do, believe it or not, I do answer. And I had 30 something today, and I answered every one. So if I don't get to you, I'll get to you the next day.
Okay. Bye,
All
guys.
right. Good night. Bye. Thank you.
You're welcome.
She was nice. Everybody still with us? Hello, Pablo?
I'm here.
I'm here.
Diane, you with us?
Diane's here. Yes, sir.
I'm here too.
That
You
was a
got my
good.
eye.
Rachel's here.
That was a good call. I like the. My kids are. Well, I still got stepkids that are, not fully grown, but just that whole conversation brought me back to thinking about my son when he was in school, and even my stepdaughter too. I mean, you go through some stuff and you get, if you're, it can be rough. You think you might not get through stuff, and you do, and
Well, your stepdaughter, I mean, you don't have to talk about it, but your stepdaughter's put you guys through some stuff. I know what you told me.
yeah, there've been some rough times, and it's just it's heartbreaking to hear young people that are even pondering the idea of ending it all. It's like, oh my gosh. I mean, I don't know if it's a sign of the times. I mean, I never thought of that. Thought never crossed my mind, but maybe that's just, I'm just different or something. But one thing that I couldn't help but notice too is that oftentimes, like as a parent, even as a step parent, it's like the fact that's coming out of my mouth and it's good advice. It's lessened because you see it you see it play out. I remember I was at my guitar instructor's house. And now he's a great guitarist. He's a great instructor. He's also just a great guy to talk to. And he connected with her, and they were talking, and I saw her just talk like I've never seen her talk before. And he what's the word? He kind of, is it correct to say he doted on her? He just complimentary and encouraging. And I'm part of you thinks to yourself as a parent, like, what isn't this kind of the same stuff I'm saying? But why doesn't it have the same traction? But then that's cool. You just let it. I liked what 12 Gauge was starting to say about finding a mentor or somebody that's just another adult that is has good stuff to say, because there's something
Right.
about because the message is coming from the parent. And I think it's hard for us parents to break out of that. Well, I've raised you from here, this age, very little. Don't do that. No, watch out. Look both ways before you cross the street. That's my job, isn't it? Tell you everything to do. And it's hard to break out of that, even after years and years and years. I could easily find myself talking to my son. I probably would still sound the same way, like that. But you find somebody else that is somebody that's trusting, that just has good, encouraging things to say and can uplift them, or that's like 12 Gauge was saying, I think this listening, just a good listener. What was there was an expression somebody said, like, man, the conversation with that guy was great. You should have heard him listen. You know, it's like, oh yeah, I get you. I get you.
Yeah, I feel you and what you're saying, and the reason why I say that is I've got an example. My buddy Bill, I coached baseball, for all my kids. My oldest son went to college on a scholarship for baseball, and I'm really, I'm a good coach, and the kids absolutely adore me. And so I had a parent who was my buddy, and his son, he excelled in high school ball with my son, and he got offered a scholarship to a university in Georgia. And I was talking to Bill, and I said, "So what's up with Tyler?" And I said, I hear he's got some offers. And he says, "Yeah, but he's not going to go." I said, "What do you mean he's not going to go?" "I don't know, John. I've tried everything, but he says he's not going to go." I said, "Well, he needs to decide pretty quick, because it's time right now. He's got like a 2-week window, and he's got to go, because Tyler's already gone." So he says, "I don't know. I just can't get through him. He doesn't want to leave his girlfriend and his friends." So I said, "All right, I'm going to call him." And I'm driving. This is windshield time. I'm coming from Cocoa, coming back home. And I got Tyler on the phone. He says, "Yes, sir. How you doing, coach?" Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, "I'm going to cut right to the chase. You got a scholarship to," I think it was Thomas University. Yeah, it was Thomas in Georgia. And he said, "Yeah." I said, "Get your ass home, get your bags packed, and you better take that scholarship." And you know what he said? "Okay." He went home, he packed his shit, and he was gone 2 days later. And Bill's like, "What the hell did you do?" I said, "I told him his ass better be packed and ready to go and take that scholarship." He says, "Unbelievable, dude."
And then
He
did you
says,
press that red button on your desk that says that was easy?
Me and my wife. Said, "Me and my wife, we've been in arguments, been in fights, and this, that." And he went, and he just recently played in a tournament with me, and, well, not recently, a couple years now, with me and my son. After he graduated, he played in a softball tournament with us, and he's got an education. But it's like you're saying, I mean, your parents can say all kinds of stuff, but there needs to be, just like 12 Gauge said, there needs to be a mentor, and often it can be a coach.
Yeah.
So sports are great, but not all kids like Elliot. Elliot's not an athlete. He resented athletes.
Right.
Is it his fault that he's not an athlete? He said that he got into skateboarding and was doing some other stuff, but I don't know. Maybe he just wasn't coordinated and wasn't into sports. But I feel for, I can't say I feel for Elliot, but I understand what he probably was going through. I get it.
I don't remember seeing too many videos of him with a friend or like hanging out with
He
a friend.
didn't have any friends.
That's so sad.
He was extremely introverted.
That is
In
really
the manifesto,
You see in his writings, and Diane read part of it too, but you'll see where he talks about how he fell into his gaming world.
And
in
then
the manifesto, he
okay.
talked about having a couple friends that he used to go to an arcade with.
Yeah.
And he was overly possessive of these friends,
and they didn't invite him.
Well, yes, and like he would talk to one, and he'd be so possessive of that one friend that he would want their attention all the time. If that friend talked to another one, then he would feel slighted and get angry. That's the attachment I was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
That ego. Yeah.
Diane is biology 101. She's down here in the bottom right, Teresa. She's one of my mods, and she's
That's sweet.
also Biology 101. I don't know why the names went away
Biology
again.
101.
The names are gone again. I don't know why.
Diane's over there.
Yeah. Thank you. I'd always point in the wrong direction.
And over your left shoulder, Jeff, is 12 gauge.
12 gauge. It's a great name.
12 gauge over there. That's John
Yeah.
up there. This is Jeff.
Yeah, that's very good because I always try to part my hair on the wrong side. It drives me nuts.
You comb challenged?
Yeah, on the screen.
Yeah, on the screen, I do that too.
Oh, because it's backwards. Yeah.
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 No.
So, J Lord, are you still in here?
I don't know. It's 2:12 a.m. So maybe we hope she is, but she might need to go to bed. Take care of herself.
Brady Bunch, Jeff. Hey, John,
you've been cracking a whip on her.
This is something that's been kind of on my mind lately about regarding the Idaho stuff. Have you ever installed one of those sliding glass doors like they have on the kitchen in that house, or maybe you even have one?
Many times.
You know, the one thing that I discovered that was kind of frightening, fixed now, but at the house here, but there's a little claw that comes out, right? If it's
a lock.
Yeah, that when you flip the lever and then the little claw sticks out.
Yeah.
If that claw is pointing down, as ours was, you can lock it. You should have seen the look on my stepson's face. I was outside. I said, "Go ahead and lock it." So he's locked me outside. I lifted on the handle that you would normally pull to slide. I just lifted it up like 2 inches and slid it to the left, and I was in the house.
Well, typically, let me put the camera on. Typically, what you do is you don't lift it by the handle. You take your hands and you put it on the glass. You press on the glass and you lift up, and it'll disengage and fall right out.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, though, that I discovered is that it's all about the claw direction. It's because it was pointing down. It's supposed to be installed pointing.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Check mine.
So that it catches and then has nowhere to go when you go up. But when it's down, you've got all this space. It just lifts right up off the lock. And
you know what's funny? You know how many of those are installed incorrectly?
Like half of them.
I bet a lot of them are because it's
a lot of them are because they think gravity is the way it should work when actually it's supposed to be underneath.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
that's a good point.
I mean,
so everybody out there, Jeff just made a good point. If you go and you look at your slider and your hook is going down into the receiver like this, it should be going this way.
Yeah,
I've always heard you could
can't lift it up. So if you lift it up, it's going to catch.
Yeah.
Whereas if you lift it up, you can disengage it.
I mean, it couldn't have been easier.
Thanks for making me nervous now, there, Jeff.
Go check your doors. But
it won't matter. I can't change it myself.
But the thing that's interesting, and I actually emailed. I don't know if you guys know who Derek Shook is. He's the guy who from Fox News Digital. I think his photos are like the dirt in the kitchen in the Idaho 4 case. It's by the kitchen sink. All that stuff that's on the tables. Most of the shots that we all look at and are familiar with is his work. And I emailed him asking him if he had any photos of the claw of the kitchen door. So he's emailed me back, said he's going to check it out and look at it. But it would be interesting to know if the claw is like that. And I mean, seriously, I mean, I could I did make a movie of my own door.
I remember that really big handprint that looked like it was from a really tall person with long fingers. I mean, it could be anybody. But remember that?
I doubt he would be that stupid.
To put his hand on
I doubt it too.
Yeah, I'm sure that was somebody else's. I mean, that would be it.
Yeah.
I mean, they looked at out there.
Well, regarding
BK Layton's, that would be the biggest rookie mistake ever.
No, yeah, that would be a real bonehead move. But I saw when I was in Harbor Freight.
Then I would believe he wanted to get caught.
That's true. I was in Harbor Freight, and which is kind of like a Home Depot if you don't have Harbor Freights where you are. But
yeah, we have Harbor Freights. I was just there yesterday.
Okay, I figured they're all around. But I couldn't help but notice a box of, is it pronounced nitrile gloves? Nitrile gloves. And on the box, I saw that it's like a person wearing the glove with a fork, like scraping across it, I guess to visually say, this is a pretty tough glove, pretty tough material. So you're probably not going to pierce it with even a fork. So that was another thing.
Yeah, I have some in my truck. I carry those in my truck.
Yeah.
Could you go next time? Could you like go try the fork thing and see if it actually works?
No, I almost bought a box, but I'm just.
The 12
there's
gauge
just-
actually has some. He can experiment on his own.
Yeah, Kathy will kill me with all the stuff I'm buying regarding this case. Even look, did you see that? Did you see me showing this? I got me a JLR mug, and I've got.
You get yourself a hat.
I've got this I believe is the camera that's at Linda Lane. See, it's a Rio Link camera.
Wow.
So I've been meaning. I think I'm missing a piece though to connect it properly and actually simulate what the Linda Lane camera did out there that day. And I'm
a dongle. That's one of my favorite words.
Would you have bought a souvenir of the house if they were selling it?
I'm not going to show the knife because I know somebody would take a still picture of me holding the knife, but I do have I can show you this,
Oh my God, you're wielding a sheath. You're waving around like a maniac. You're waving around like a maniac, Jeff.
Better back up, Diane.
I'm going to Facebook or to YouTube right now.
Snap it. Snap that. Remember we were talking about how hard the snaps are?
Yeah.
Hey, do me a favor.
Yeah.
Hold that knife up to your nose and kiss it. No, the knife itself.
I ain't gonna do
knife
that.
itself.
No, I wasn't born yesterday. I was born many days ago. No, but when you have the actual knife in here, it's very tight, and this comes around. And actually, I could. Well, it's on my YouTube channel. If it's I made a little video of the button snap, but it's kind of hard to kind of do that without getting your fingers up in there. When you're doing that.
Can you do it one-handed?
You could if it was on a belt.
So
you do it on a belt
and unsnapping it.
If you were, you've got the knife here, and you could do it like that.
That's how the DNA was transferred right there.
Your thumb can get up in there. I think.
Is that the male or the female side that is going to get your skin cells on it?
That's the female side.
The female side. All right.
All right. I just won't take it out of the sheet, but I think this is safe. You can't, but you got the handle here, but you can see how tight. This is to get in there. You've got to kind of stretch the leather. Now this is a new one, so but it's pretty good and tight. But if you were holding this, sheath with this hand, going like that, you could, open it like that. But see, your thumb is touching the inside of there.
Right.
And if you're doing it, I imagine if you're doing it where you if you put, let me see. I was wondering if you could get a piece of fingernail or something to chip off and go inside there as you're trying to do that. I don't know. Yeah. But you can see, it's just, it's your basic snap on the inside.
Hey, John, do you think he was under the influence of cocaine or something when he did this? Because I know he's.
Man, that's ran through my mind many times. I don't really know what to think about that. Cocaine, probably not, because he didn't seem to be, anybody that does heroin. A lot of people do speedballing and stuff, but I don't see him doing coke.
Yeah, because heroin's
it's a downer.
Yeah.
So he's a heroin addict. Once an addict, always an addict. It doesn't change the fact that you're still addicted to something just because you don't do it anymore. You don't do it anymore because that's a good choice you made. I don't know. I don't think so. I think that, his impulse got the best of him. And he seized an opportunity. And I believe this. I don't know what anybody else, but I believe that, again, social media is playing a huge role here. And I think Maddie posting what she posted, this is your last chance to see Kaylee or whatever I can't remember exactly what she said, but it was basically telling everyone, you know, out there that Kaylee's going bye-bye. This is the last night here.
I think too, it would be interesting if he's, so they said he was there 12 times in that area, and 11 of those times were around, you know, like late 3, 4 a.m. I wonder if he picked up on a pattern. And I've always described like Maddie's window is almost like a drive-in movie theater with the back parking lot back there. And even I think this guy got a YouTube channel did kind of demonstrated when he's parked there, you don't even have to park facing the house. You could park with, you know, the house behind you and just watch the show from your rear view mirror. You know, nobody would.
Well, you could actually park, you know, with your front end toward Banfield and just look out of your passenger side window from your driver's side.
Right.
That lot's designed perfectly for that. You wouldn't have to park laterally.
But I really wonder if that's what, you know, that's
where I believe
caught his eye, you know. I'm not sure, you know, I mean, I guess maybe he could have found out that that Kaylee was leaving. But I'm more leaning towards that he just saw her through the window one day, and then the image is planted, and he ruminated on that, returned there, and then it was just something he couldn't get out of his mind. And then it got coupled with, you know, maybe his, you know, not having much luck with the ladies, couple that with not getting hired by Pullman police, couple that with just whatever else he's going through with all the visual snow type stuff that he described, and his lack of feeling for even his family members. And you know, and then again, like we were talking about it with Elliot, I mean, where was that good friend that could talk him down from the ledge, you know, and say, hey man, just might be rough today, but tomorrow's a new day. Or like they say in AA, you know, you might 5 minutes from the miracle, you're going through hell right now, but who's to say 5 minutes from now you get a phone call from somebody you haven't talked to in a long time, you start reminiscing, and before you know it, your mind is taken back to the old days when life was simpler. And or actually, it's funny because sometimes it was harder in the old days, but you seemed happier. It's like, wow, now in the future I got more stuff, but you're not happy, you know. And I don't know.
Maybe y'all can help with this. Cindy says Kaylee wasn't leaving till Tuesday. I think she was leaving from her parents on Tuesday, but I think that was her last night there. Now, unless you've heard something different.
Even if she was leaving on Tuesday, you know.
Yeah, I think her sister said that she was leaving for Europe or wherever she was going on Tuesday.
But I think it's the fact that she was leaving soon that might lead you to conclude, and forever, that this is like the last opportunity. And you know, could be.
Yeah,
could be.
And if I remember right, I can't remember the context, but she actually wasn't planning on going back, but she wanted to show Maddie her new Range Rover.
And he could have just been like, well, let's just do another drive-by and maybe tomorrow night. Well, and then got there, it was like everything, the lights went out, boom, boom, boom.
Let me ask you guys a question. As I was watching the Gainesville Ripper, right? They discussed how he had multiple people he would peep on at a time and kind of, you know, get the routine down and stuff. And whichever one the opportunity presented itself, that's the house or the place that he created his crime. Do you believe that Bryan was watching more than this house, and this just happened to be the house that the opportunity arose that night? Or do you believe that there are other houses or other women or other?
I believe that's possible, but I believe that I think there's going to be a connection. They're not saying it now, but I think there's going to be some sort of connection between himself and the girls. Maybe if it's not the restaurant, some other connection, but maybe it's just social media. We don't know. Maybe he was, you know, following them, and I can only go by, like, when I look at the food truck video. Now, and people are going to attack me for this because I'm not saying that she's a bitch or anything like that. I'm just going by what I saw at the food truck video when I saw Maddie kind of barge through a crowd of people and nudge them and not even say excuse me or anything.
Right.
Now, out of the two of those two girls, Kaylee, I couldn't see doing anything like that. So Kaylee is the more mother hen type, and Maddie to me would be the more get away from me, you scumbag. You know, we're tired of you stalking us. You're a freak. I could see Maddie saying something like that. I couldn't really see Kate just based on what I saw that night. Out of the two of them, which one would be the most in your face and likely to tell you off? It would be Maddie, I think.
Right. With also that mother hen factor can be seen in that Kaylee is the one who ordered the food. She did all the talking,
right?
With the, and then
and look at her journal. Look at her journal. What she says about God and everything else, and how she cares about everyone.
Right. And I think didn't the big guy there? I'm forgetting his name. The guy with the Joe. Yeah. Didn't Joe say that? I guess Maddie was kind of, I don't know if she's joking around, but like she was going to take other people's food as it kept coming out of the
she was
window, and yeah.
So I mean, I could see, and the only reason I'm bringing that up is because if there was some kind of a connection, it would lead into what I'm suggesting that Elliot went through, which was, he was rejected, dejected. He was insulted, humiliated, all of the above. And I think that you do something like that to Brian, and he's going to react in a similar way. And just based on the little evidence that we have, the little testimony we have, and the things that we've heard about how he reacted toward women, and he's a creep and he's weird and all this stuff. Again, this is all just stuff that we've heard.
I just want to, those research questions he had, the research questions that he had in that project, that I was reading that, what's her name? Bolger? Is that one of the professors? I think Bolger said that she described this research project with those questions as the capstone of his thesis. Is that the word she uses? And that when I read those questions, I mean, it makes me wonder if he didn't learn from whoever he talked to or whoever responded to these questions, that maybe because he was asking, how do you pick your target? I mean, what did you do right after the crime? What did, these kind of things. I'm wondering if there's something where he would have learned, it's like, to get away with this, you really have to have no connection with your victim at all. You have to come in like a thief in the night, get out of there, don't leave any trace, and you get away with it. And so I kind of lean towards that there doesn't necessarily need to be a connection. I mean, I know the what's the restaurant, Mad Greek, has vegetarian, but it's not solely vegetarian. So that means, like, right. If it's true, we heard that he had issue with the pots and pans at his parents' house being used because they touched meat.
That was his aunt's house.
At his aunt's house.
But that one seems less likely than the other stuff, but
right.
Yeah, that's a little crazy.
If that's true, then that would mean that, well, this Mad Greek restaurant has meat and vegetarian stuff, so he would.
And what does that tell you about a person that would go to another person's house and refuse to eat unless they bought new pots and pans? That's an extreme. That's an extremely dominating control freak.
Well, maybe that's where he learned about the sliding glass door, because I'm sure the aunt's like, "Hey, let me show you the door."
Yeah.
So Terry Martin asked, Crime Analysis 101, Detective John, what are your thoughts on Steve G as a drug dealer? Also, do you think that the other kids are still alive? I had been hearing this and wanted your thoughts. Absurd and absurd. Those are my thoughts, Terry. And if you go to those shows and listen to that stuff, I'm sorry. I'm just going to have to say that's your decision. But I would never listen to that garbage. I don't listen to that garbage. I made a promise when I started this show that I would debunk these people that say these crazy things. But I don't even need to debunk something like that. Why even entertain that type of a show? Because it's like Sirius just said here. Look what her response is. They don't really care if he's guilty or innocent. They just are in for the money. Because what sells, and you've heard me say it before, crazy sells. So for them to actually put that into your head is just crazy to me. And for you, and I'm not trying to insult you, for you to actually have to ask me that question tells me that they're in your head. Get them out of your head, because these people are insane in the membrane that suggest this stuff. And I want you to do another thing. When you watch those shows, think about the fact that what if that was your son? What if Ethan was your son? Would you be asking that question? Would you be entertaining those channels? Would you be sending them money? I'm not saying you are. Would you be liking their stuff? Would you be a subscriber? Or would you be absolutely incensed and pissed off that these people are actually making money on the backs of your dead son? That's what I would be saying. Those are the things that I would be asking.
Yeah, God forbid that there's a stab wound in one of the victims that looks like a unicorn horn, because they'd run with that. That would last for weeks and weeks, and yeah.
It's like we had a guest the other night saying, well, the stab wounds were different. Of course they're different. Do you think that he came at each victim with the same angle of attack? Do you think that they were all just laying there waiting on him to do that? Do you think they might have moved him a bit? Do you think that Kaylee, from testimony from Steve, obviously she got most of the damage from all the rest? She was probably flailing around trying to get away, and he's stabbing her, and the angle is different every time. Sometimes if you're moving and you stab something, it tears because the tip of the blade doesn't go directly in. It cuts across. So that's where the ME would say, okay, there was different wounds. That doesn't mean it was a different weapon. There's going to be slices, there's going to be stabbing, there's going to be gouges, there's going to be torn flesh. It's carnage. And for these people to say this stuff and get into your head, Terry, do yourself a favor. That might be part of the problem. Get these people out of your head. Don't watch those stupid shows, because that's what they are. They're stupid shows, and they're unethical and horrible people. And they hate me. You know why they hate me? Because I've debunked their asses for months, and they go after, they go into my divorce, trying to discredit me, go into my personal life where I'd never been convicted of a crime in my life, nothing, not even a citation. They go into the fact that I modify my child support because I no longer worked at a job that I made $125,000 a year. And then they try to put me in line with T-Rev, who hasn't paid child support, allegedly. It's up to $52,000. And he's denounced his own children and his wife. He called her a whore and a prostitute in front of everybody on these shows. He's put me in line with that, a man who's always done by his kids, and I still pay for my 20-year-old daughter that I don't have to. These people are sickening. They're sickening individuals. They're trash. They're absolutely trash. And for you to give them clicks is kind of sickening in itself. So do yourself a favor. You want some positive in your life? Get rid of their asses, because they're nothing but a sickness that breeds and looks for people like yourself to go suck their brain cells, because they're pathetic losers. They don't know anything but but hate, disdain for law enforcement or anything to do with law enforcement, the justice system in general. Most of them hate America. You got that Sergeant Friday. That guy hates America. And I call him out. He's all bent because I call him out because he says he was part of a RICO. His whole family was RICO'd, and the whole police department was arrested because they accused his family. Do you know how hard it is to even put pen to paper to get approval to even start a RICO investigation? That guy's so full of shit. It's ridiculous. And you people listen to him.
Don't you think too, John? A lot of times these channels are saying, the BK is presumed innocent until proven guilty. Doesn't it seem like law enforcement should be presumed competent until proven otherwise? I mean,
Exactly.
it
To
seems
me
like
and you and everybody on this panel and most of the people that are watching this show, hell yeah. But to them, they have their own agenda, Jeff, and their agenda is to spew nothing but hate and disdain for our law enforcement officers and our justice system. They don't care about anything but spreading hate and doubt. That's what I said the other night to what's her face. I said, look, why can't you just err toward the side of they did get it right? They did do a good job. This is a great case. Why do you have to err to that's not the car? They're lying about the video. They're lying about this. They're lying about why do you have to err that way? Why can't you come over to the other side and because I can promise you, I promise each and every one of you, I give you everything I own, everything that he's guilty. That's how confident I am. Everything I would give up to prove that he was to just say he's guilty. And in the end, all these shows, mark my words, these shows are going to start laying the foundation now. And one just did it the other day. Well, we might want to just look at the fact that he might be guilty. Yeah, because you know what? It's that time. And it ain't looking good for old BK. Because the only thing that the defense is going to have is to attack the process. That's why they're trying to do it now. So they're going to attack the process because they know that the evidence is going to be overwhelming. So they have to do their job, or he can file a complaint with the board and say that he was misrepresented and get another trial and go through appeals and do all, because he's going to get an appeal. It's a DP case. He automatically gets the appeal. The state files it. It's automatic. He doesn't have to ask for it, doesn't request it, nothing. So we know it's going to be appealed. All DP cases are appealed. But they want to attack the process and the integrity, and they're going to. And they're going to attack it because of just the mere things that I saw from the crime scene text that was, in my opinion, unprofessional and wrong. They should have bagged those windows. Should have never been able to see in. They should never have not utilized their personal protection devices and our equipment. They weren't doing it right. You don't exit the residence freaking 5 times within an hour, walk around the corner and come back. You don't do that. That's just not, the kid looked handicapped. I'm not sure. He had a weird limp and he came in and out. It must have been 5 or freaking 8 times during the video. And that kind of stuff is going to cost them. They're going to get destroyed by the defense on that stuff. And what are they going to do? They're going to try to question the integrity of the evidence, the collection, everything else, like they did with OJ. And if you take this case, and you look at the video from the Rex Heuermann case where they searched his house, and look at their PPE, look at how they're dressed, look at how they conducted that investigation. Nothing like this one. It's like night and day.
Hey,
they
John,
even had face shields on. And the defense is going to eat them alive on that stuff. We'll see how far they get with it, but I'm telling you, they're going to win something over it.
now on the inside of the house in a crime scene like that, I mean, you got crime scene tape outside, obviously, but inside, would there be sections that are cleared and then other areas that are, are taped off? Like, I would imagine, like from the living room area back to Xana's, you know, you don't want to be walking through there. But maybe we've cleared the downstairs. You know, it doesn't seem to be anything that's happened down there. Up those stairs to the living room, fine. You know, doesn't matter what's on your shoes. But there would be certain areas that are like, okay, no going in this area and contaminating it. So maybe it's not necessarily that just walking through that front door is contaminating it. Maybe you're still in a safe zone, or that's been deemed safe for
well, that red tape that you see around the door, every time that scene is secured and they leave, you have to put fresh tape, and it's initialed by who did it, and it's dated, the time and everything. So every time they break a seal, it's documented. It's documented by whoever they assign to document that stuff. And on the interior, on rooms, let's say Maddie's room, when it's cleared and the door is shut, they have to do the same thing. Okay, so that one should be sealed, and because if they go back, they're going to need to unseal it and document that it was unsealed. The windows, if you look at the windows later on, you'll see the red tape is on the windows. Same thing. So yes, they will clear all areas of the house, and each one of those bodies is a crime scene in itself. They don't treat that as one big crime scene. Those are all crime scenes. Every single body is its own crime scene. Did that answer your question? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, it does. Well, I guess my main thing was, is it possible that anybody that's criticizing them walking in that front door with no stuff covering their boots, is that possibly like deemed okay to step there without covered boots?
Because they cleared the area. So the front stoop, you're saying that, yeah, I mean, that's plausible that they could do that, but that's not the point. The point is those booties take 2 seconds to change. Why would you, and they slip right over your shoes. They're just like what you get in the hospital. So
right.
why would you risk contaminating a crime scene, even if your DNA, which it is submitted as a means to debunk any contamination? Say, okay, this is this is Officer Smith, or this is Tex Jones DNA, so we know that they didn't commit this crime, so we can exclude them from this DNA profile. It's not right. Not they sneezed, or they dropped a bit of sweat on here, so we can eliminate them. But still, you're still contaminating a crime scene. Doesn't matter how you look at it. And they're going to attack that. I promise you right now, she's going to use that very video that we've all seen. And Ann Taylor is going to ask them, is this proper protocol? And if they say yes, I'm telling you right now, if that's policy for any of those departments to exercise and to exercise that way in a crime scene, yeah. If that GEO manual says that, I'll tell you what, I'll be very surprised, because no matter what, you wear your PPE and you do it the right way. They weren't doing it the right way, and they're gonna get their ass eaten for it. It's not gonna cost them the case, because I honestly don't believe that the DNA on that sheath is the nail in the coffin. I think the car is going to be the nail in the coffin. I think that's going to be the biggest piece of evidence. The DNA is just bonus. I think the car, I believe that they're going to have facial recognition of him going around, and they may even have him on that light bulb camera going in, catching him going in somehow. Maybe he came around the house, you see the car parking there. I think that's what's going to nail his ass. DNA, just a bonus. But I believe there's a lot more evidence, and the digital footprint is going to be epic.
Because it does seem to me that light bulb camera is like the watchman of that dead end neighborhood. and will
It
reveal.
seems like it, doesn't it? I mean, it's kind of
reveal.
it overlooks the whole area.
Right. And I think it will reveal, it's like, okay, Mr. Koberger, you say you like to drive around at night. This light bulb here has shown that, yes, you like to drive around, but for some reason you drove into this dead end area and you didn't come out for like 14 minutes. And when you came out, you were speeding at a high rate of speed. And it's minutes from the last sign of life from one of the victims. So it's like, what were you doing in there for 14 minutes?
Right. He's got, he's not going to testify, so he doesn't have to answer those questions. That's going to be up to the jury. And here's the thing that people don't realize and don't even think about: beyond a reasonable doubt. Remember those words: beyond a reasonable doubt that he didn't commit this crime.
Which is different from absolute proof, right? It's just beyond a reasonable doubt.
So you get 12 jurors together and you pull them together and you sit them down in deliberation and you're going, okay, well, is it likely that it was some other car? I don't know. I highly doubt it. And the next guy goes, yeah, I doubt. No, there's no way. That was the car. It's like having what's her face on the other night saying that Fusion. How do you know it wasn't the white Fusion or the white car that was out front? How do you know that was? Because I know.
Right.
You know how I know? Because Jeff and I looked at it. Jeff had a video out there that everybody else got too, and then Jeff superimposed the car on top of it, and it was absolute 100% fit. Well, how do you know it was grainy? No, it wasn't grainy. Wasn't that grainy? Plenty enough there for me to see. But hey, I'm a trained eye. I know what to look for. You don't.
Also, too, do you notice that nobody shows that video, even though I say, hey, anybody wants to use any of these videos, have at it.
Well,
I mean, I know it's a whole lot easier
other than you show it.
It's what?
I've only seen you show it, Jeff. I haven't really seen it as other people have shown it.
There have been a couple that have shown that video, but yeah, not too many. And it's so funny because when I do go on the panels, they say, oh, you do great work. I love your work. And I do think to myself sometimes, like, you don't love it enough to show it. But maybe they showed it early on, and then. But I know the thing is it goes against the grain of what they're talking about. It doesn't support what they talk about. It kind of calls it into question, and it's easier to talk about something without showing it, and then keep just going like that. But that's the whole reason that I got into doing this, was because the verbal communication is great, but when we start talking about something that's visual, it's like, man, I would rather see it than just us talk about it. Because you're very convincing in what you're saying, but show it to me, and then now I'm really convinced.
I really don't put a lot of faith in when people, and I'm talking about anybody, whether it be my real life, on here, on YouTube, whatever. If somebody's speaking to me, don't be telling me a bunch of things that you believe that are factual, and then stop at the very end and say, but I don't know. I could be wrong.
Right.
I've been trained that anytime somebody uses the word but in conjunction to what they just said prior, everything else is a load of crap.
Right.
Did y'all get that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay. No laughter here all night.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm sorry. I was.
Well, you'll hear me say stuff like that. I'll say, you'll hear me say, but who am I? I'm just an ex-cop that happens to know a little bit, but I could be wrong.
But you're given credential there. There's no credential on the other end of a lot of these statements that others make.
No, they're not qualified.
There's no accountability there. There's no accountability to what you just said. I mean, you said it earlier. I could be wrong. I could not be wrong, but this is how I believe it is. That's holding accountability. That's responsible.
I think maybe it doesn't make you wonder if maybe they think Ann Taylor's hiring and they don't want to say anything that would hurt their chances of getting on payroll with Ann Taylor.
Are you talking about
anybody? Anybody that's would
anal? What's her face? Where's Rachel?
But it is funny to me sometimes. Not funny, but it's just, I can't help but notice that if you're on one of those channels, what I observe is that if any of them are about to say something that has any implication that Kohberger might be guilty, there's this long disclaimer. Don't block me. Don't, hey guys, I'm about to say something. And, whereas I think we ought to be able to just speak freely about this and like, hey, here's an idea. Here's a thought. Exactly. You shouldn't have to be saying, hey, now guys, don't hate me. I think that's what makes it feel like grade school or middle school. It's like, because that's the way kids are. It's like, should I say something? I think I'm going to say something. Gosh, I hope they still like me after I say this. Really? I think I'm a little too old to be playing games like that. It's just, this is my thoughts. This is my opinions. And if you're hating on me for them, I'm going to question your upbringing. Wonder what's up with you.
Bottom line, Jeff, is from the point that this trial starts and opening statements are given by the prosecution, all of these other shows are going to look absolutely dumb.
I bet a lot of videos will be deleted from channels.
Bottom line, dumb. But you know what? Truth be told, none of them will care, because each and every one of them is doing it for money. Period. End of story. I don't care what any of you people, Dago, or any of you say, oh, we just want the truth. You don't want the truth. You just want to keep those bills paid. Don't insult our intelligence. Period.
Right. And if it's
That's what it's all about.
And if it's not just for money, I mean, there's you end up, it seems like you end up with a following. You have, what your subs like, and you don't want to disrupt, and you don't want to shoot yourself in the foot. And so you want to please. I mean, I had one of the channels that has blocked all 9 of my accounts that I tried to, just tried to be a part of the conversation. And once I got to 9, forget it. I'm not making a 10th to, but the thing is they were considering, unblocking me. But first I got to talk to the subs, and, because you kind of, is basically, that's how do you say it? You kind of, it's almost like he's saying they're triggered over here, and you trigger them, and I just got to check with them first, because it's almost like saying it's not my show, really, it's their show, and
they're delusional people, Joe.
It's like in that old Charlie Brown, like no dogs allowed. It's like, oh, well, no dogs allowed. Or you can go to the 60s, and if your skin color is a certain color, no, I'm sorry, you can't be here. We can't have you here because you upset the customers or something. Just like, really. It's like, and I mean, I can get passionate about this subject, but I never am going off on anybody not even close to the way that I've been gone off on. But
here's the problem, and I've had this conversation. You know how I feel about it. I get you, Jeff. I get what you want to do, and I get what you stand for. You're a Christian man. I'm a Christian man. But there comes a point where you just got to kind of look at reality. You got to think of this as Judas. These people are all Judas. They're not for you. They don't care about you. And if you buck up against them by being on this show, then they hate you. Do you ever hear me say that I can't stand you, Jeff, because you go on to Dago's show or you go into any of the other shows? Have I ever said that to you?
Yeah, I've never heard you say, Jeff, you talk to who? Oh, we got to have a talk. We got to have a talk.
Never.
We talked to, did you really? Oh, right.
Yeah. It's just disgusting. And, I'm not going to stop. For some odd reason, you got, what's her face out there saying that she got rid of me. I don't know where that's coming from. You think that you have something big that has already been discussed and debunked. Hey, guess what? By the way, I'm gonna drop this on everyone so that you can hear it first. I got a great show coming up. I'm going to have a great man on panel who has worked a couple serial killer cases. Has actually helped write a book. And that's all I'm going to say about that. And I used to work with this man. Very well respected. And he's going to be on the show. So y'all stay tuned. It's going to be a great show. And you're going to hear from one of the most, probably one of the best cops I've ever known in my life. He's amazing. And he was my mentor. I mean, I learned a lot from this man. And I have all the respect in the world for him. And he's done some great things. And I'm telling you, it's going to be a great show. I have to meet with him next week. And then I've got some guys I worked with on cases with the FBI. One of them is actually he's a professor at a local university, and he's retired from the FBI and he teaches Homeland Security. But you know what he worked on? He worked on bin Laden. He worked on the whole 9/11 case. He's going to bring some great perspective on those investigations. And he's going to talk about, the local connections that we had with 9/11 here. That'll blow your mind. And, because we have Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in Daytona. And that's all I'm going to say about that. So
that'll be awesome.
We got some great things coming. And these people won't be able to produce this kind of content. I promise you. All they'll be able to produce is hate and lies. And that's all they will ever be able to produce, because none of them know what they're talking about. Not a narrow one of them that I've talked about. I don't talk about channels that report stuff respectfully and, don't make up garbage. You don't hear me talk about those channels. You only hear me talk about these trash channels. Because bottom line, and you all can hear me, you're all trash. And your subs are trash for listening to you. You're afraid that they're going to come over here and listen to real dialogue and responsible content, not your garbage that you spew. So we're building it. We're building something great here, and it's only going to get better. And I appreciate each and every one of you subscribers. And you know what else they attack? You don't look at your subscribers. You got to look at your viewing and your time of views and things like that, which YouTube loves my time. They love the amount of views I'm getting. I get congratulation emails from them every day. We're at over 100,000 views in just over 3 months already. That's pretty amazing, y'all. For a channel that has under 2,000 subscribers. But here's what we don't do and we won't do. We won't jump on all these other shows like they do and then purport like, oh, we've got 3,000 subs and we're a 4-month-old show. Yeah, you don't earn those subs. You all are part of a group. All of your subs are the same subs on every channel. 90% of them are the same people. This team works for what we have, and we have a great demographic of subscribers. We don't have that trash in here. You can keep those trashy people. Am I insulting them? Hell yeah, because that's what they are. They're trash. Anybody that would entertain and listen to that garbage has the IQ of about 70. And that's all I got to say about that. But moving forward, that's what we're going to do.
I do have to say, John, I mean, from the beginning, when I first knew of you, I mean, the bringing the law enforcement perspective was what I loved most. And what I find ironic a little, I don't understand that it, up until the recent show where they what's the wording they said they did to you? You just said it with the, well, anyway, with the documentation that was shown about you, I thought to myself, well, I've had many people try to convince me that, well, he was never an officer. It seems to me that what that did for me was, okay, well, there's the proof I hadn't had until now. So,
they kind of debunked the whole thing that they were saying that I was a fake cop. All of it. So you had one guy actually send you a message and tell you, "See, I told you he was," and you're like, "No, he totally proved that he was a detective."
Yeah, that was my response. It's like, wait, didn't I just get the proof that he was actually an officer? That's what I took from it. I don't know if I'm missing something. Maybe I can use the phrase they always like to use, make it make sense.
Make it make sense.
So not that I ever it bothered me. It's like, well, I don't really know for sure if he was an officer. I mean, he's told me about he's got a whole lot of stories that are consistently told to me over the phone, on the internet. There's never any variation in the stories. And that usually tells me, when somebody can tell that many stories that consistently, they're probably true stories.
And they're going to be really, really upset when they see the show where I bring on this person that I'm going to bring on. And he's the case agent for serial killers, and he's going to blow them away.
I think you're muted, Diane. Are you saying something?
I hope he has a badge to prove it.
Yeah, right. Yeah. All I know is a certain somebody is going to be paying some child support pretty soon against his will.
All right, guys. I don't mean to be rude, but 3 a.m. is almost.
Yeah, I got to wrap it up too. We're 5 hours and 33 minutes. So
awesome.
I just wanted. That's why I kind of did the segue into what's coming. I'm going to be working on that, and I've also got an attorney friend of mine that's going to be coming on, and he's going to be a regular panel guest, and he's going to be able to offer a lot of answers to a lot of questions. I think around trial time. I'm going to bring him in before that. His name's Matt, and I'm going to bring him in before that, and he's going to help with some of these questions. He's very versed on the process. He's an attorney, but he's versed on grand juries and things like that. And I think he's going to be a great addition to the team. And, so we've got a lot of good things working that they'll never have. They'll never have it. I promise you. All they've got is AR. Who seems to now know everybody, right? He's just got connections everywhere. So we're going to have fun. We're going to have a great show, and we're just going to keep getting bigger. Jeff, I appreciate you.
Appreciate you, John. Diane.
Hey, I watched your, I had to go to sleep the other night, bro. I was so tired, but I watched a lot of your, Jeff was on this show that they go in, and what's the name of that show, Jeff?
Yeah, it's OU812. Here, I'll spell it out in chat.
That was awesome.
That was a whole lot of fun. Those guys are a riot. I mean, basically the deal is every Sunday they, you can get up there and just play guitar along with them. And all you got to do is just send them an email and make sure you got a camera and a guitar that sounds all right. And I would always forget. Every Sunday I'd forget that, and then I'd just be watching the show thinking, oh, I could be up there with these guys jamming with them. And
you got your guitar right now?
It's not hooked up at the moment now.
I'm gonna let you jam.
But I'm learning a couple songs for this choir with the church. I'm not sure if it's a church thing that's going to happen at church, or it's just a bunch of people from church doing a choir. But they're playing songs from the old rock songs like Free Ride, the Edgar Winter song, Free Ride and Blackbird are the two that I've got down so far. But I think I have to pick a third one, I think, to work on, and it might be Dream On, you know, the Aerosmith song. I've always wanted to kind of
Yeah.
So it's kind of cool because they do these kind of truncated versions. Are shorter, they're not as complex, and so it's kind of attainable. I basically got, they don't start actually getting together to practice until like first week of February, so I got a little time to learn. And they said, you know, as many of the songs on the list as I can learn, I can play. So it's like, all right, well, that's the motivation I've needed, because I'm always been a type that I just learn pieces of songs. I got this little part here, little part there, and then I kind of get bored and I go to another song and just play. Or I just like to play and improvise with whatever's there, which is what was great about this show, because I didn't know what they were going to play, what songs they were going to play. They just had backing tracks, and it's like, okay. And then when he turned me on the camera there, and he's like, okay, Jeff, you go first. We'll start you off with this Pink Floyd thing. And I'm like, well, at least tell me what key it's in. What key's in? Give me something to go on. I don't know where it was going to go or where I was going to go.
Hey, you know, and you had one guy say, you know, this is a lot harder than I thought it was going to be. I was like, you guys can kill it. I have so much respect for people that, you know, it's like my daughter. She's amazing. And, you know, I never took the time to learn how to play the guitar or any musical instrument because I was always in sports. And if I had any regret today, and I can still learn, I know, I just don't have the time right now.
Your fingers still work. You can still learn. I'm teaching a guy from church. He's about my age. He's just starting, and he's getting pretty good. We were playing some ZZ Top last Sunday. So.
I've got like 6 guitars here that I bought she's got 2 basses. She's got 2 acoustics. She's got a rhythm. She's got all these different guitars that I bought her, and she still just messes with her acoustic, just regular non-electric. That's her favorite guitar, and she's picking too.
Show. You've got a camera, you've got her guitar. She could get up on that show and jam with these guys. That'd be kind of cool. It's kind of too much over there. We need a female.
You know what? That would be cool. Maybe I'll talk to her about that.
At least have her watch it.
Yeah, and there's and everybody's different skill levels are all over the place. You know, nobody's judged. It's a great place. Those guys are funny as all get out, and yeah, I had a blast, and and I'm hoping now Kathy was like, you sound like a know-it-all. It's like, well, no, I'm not a know-it-all, but when those that are describing the struggling they're having, it's like, I was there. I know what the thing is I can't tell them what it is like in an instant, but
yeah, you're a little more tech savvy than most of them. I mean, the host is pretty tech savvy.
Older.
That guy
is what?
No, he's not older. He's actually younger.
Yeah.
In that group, I think Jeff's probably one of the youngest.
I actually was doing other stuff when I was listening, but it was awesome. All right, I'm going to say goodnight because
All right. Good night. Thank you, Diane. Great job on the research for us. Yeah, everyone, just so you know, Diane helped me tremendously. She, she's Rachel, she helped me tremendously, but Diana is the one that, if I'm going to have somebody put something together, why not ask a teacher?
That's right.
Somebody has put lesson plans together her whole life, Of
course.
Diane did a great job.
I ended up giving him a unit plan instead of a lesson plan, but
right. Well, that's okay. I mean, we worked it out. And, I said, this is what I want. I want you to go in and try and find her Ramsland's lesson plan for, the curriculum for her courses. And Diane found it.
I did.
Nice.
I wanted to know whether Elliot Rodger was part of that, and Diane found it, and we confirmed it. And I'm telling you, I see a correlation there. I think it's very important. I think it could be mind blowing. Now, will we ever know? Will the state hit on stuff like that? Probably not, but I think that it's important to understand the psyche of this man. I think that, if you look at the similarities between Elliot and BK, they're pretty intense. And if you think now that BK is not Papa Rodger, Ooh, I don't know, man. That's pretty crazy stuff for a man that just shows up all of a sudden afterwards and starts talking about a knife sheath being the reason why they know that it's a K-bar, and the fact that the perpetrator is hiding out in the mountains of PA.
I'm in trouble.
Crazy
The
stuff.
thing that was really fascinating was to go back and look at the survey questions and then look at Papa Rodger comments. And
Yep.
It was,
They were in line.
yeah, it was like, yeah, it was very, if I had 100 kids that I was teaching, I would say those two were pretty much written by the same person.
Yeah.
So, just interesting.
Yeah.
All right. See you guys
All right.
soon.
Good night. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Don.
Bye.
All right, Jeff.
I just got the big wooden hook too to get off the stage, so I better go.
Yeah, I
All
gotta
right.
go too. Nice seeing you again, Jeff.
Yeah, same
Hey,
here.
you too, buddy. I
I'll check
appreciate you,
out-
man.
what was your channel? I didn't see the link for your channel because I definitely want to subscribe and keep in touch.
Do you have an email on your channel?
Yeah, I'm on the if you're looking at it on a web browser, not the YouTube app. I think it only shows for some reason if you go to the About tab, it only shows on the web browser, not the YouTube app. Oh wait,
12 gauge. Is it the spring? Is it the spring one?
Wait, I can put
Oh,
it. I can put it in the private chat, so I don't. I don't want to share it with the whole world, but and have it be on the video forever. But here's.
Is it the one you put in my private chat? 12 gauge.
Yeah, you can give that to him.
Okay,
yeah,
I'll
give him.
I'm gonna post.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead and post it in there real quick so everybody else can see it.
Cool. I see it. Yep. 12 gauge Phillips. There you are. Okay. You got one more subscriber.
Ranger, Yellow Canary, Coco, Cirrus, everybody, thank you for hanging with us. Teresa. Hey, Teresa, just so you know, I sent you an email about it, but we had somebody come in here and try to do some damage that I didn't remove. And she went in and took wrenches away from all of our because I gave her managerial power so she could do that, but she's no longer with us. So we took care of that.
Yeah, I'm jumping off, John. I got to run real quick.
Buddy.
Right,
Yeah. And she got in and did some pretty infantile things. So I won't need to say who that person is, but you can only imagine. So anyway, lesson learned by me, and somebody also said, I just want to handle this. That where's all John's mods? I lost one mod. One. That was Kelly. Patty, we didn't lose Patty. Patty has to take a hiatus because she's got some serious issues going on with her health. And she sent a super long and nice email last week wishing us all the best. And she misses all of us, but she's got to take care of her health. And, she's undergoing a lot of, having to take a lot of medication and chemo and everything else. So keep Patty in your thoughts. So the only mod that we no longer have is Kelly. And, we've already talked about why. These other channels lose mods like, they're taking a pee. It's crazy. They go through mods like crazy. I lose one mod, and we've got 12 mods now, I think. So, and I appreciate each and every one. They can't always be here, but when they're here, they're awesome. So on that note, I want to say goodnight to everybody. And it was a great show. We had a good time. Hopefully you got what my theory was, which is that I believe there's a direct correlation between BK and Elliot Rodgers and BK and Papa Rodger. It's Rodger, not Rodgers. Everyone says that, and I just said it. But it's Elliot Rodger, Rodger, and it's Papa Rodger, Rodger. That's a little too coincidental for me. And if you look at the resemblance, they're saying that Papa Rodger was AI, artificial intelligence generated. So you go in and you say, hey, create an emoji or a cartoon looking character for me, and AI will generate it. It was AI generated based off of whoever submitted its face. So you tell me that those two don't look alike? Yeah. I'd have to say you're blind. But anyway, great show tonight. And like I said, we got some great plans coming up. And this is the show with integrity and good moral compass and great character. Everyone in here is awesome, and they don't entertain BS, and they don't listen to those garbage shows for anything more than just pure laughter and entertainment. So on that note, good night and God bless. Thank you.